have a bit of a say in that. So my character question is a simple one. Um, what is a place or what place before all of this happened has your character been to where they had an adventure? I want you to tell me about an interesting place in your character's backstory where they had some sort of time. Now, I'm asking you obviously to make this up on the spot, but think of something cool and put it into the world.
The jungles of South America.
Be more elaborate. Tell me what happened and why, and it can't be from your backstory. Like, come up with something new. Tell me an adventure you had before this.
Alrighty.
There we were.
Go for it, Daniel. I gotta think of something.
There we were.
Mhm.
Poor family
Yeah,
living in off to the side in Appalachia. We
thought
had
you were a
a
rich
few.
family. Thought
We
it was
had a few goats.
okay.
Nothing extreme. Just
Uh-huh.
just to get by.
Yeah. An unreliable narrator. Always like that.
We Would you say unreliable?
Uh-huh.
You don't know what
Your
time this is?
your family owned like a plantation. Like they've always been rich. That's the thing.
And we had a
Few
few
goats.
animals,
Yeah.
few goats,
Few people.
and Poppy. He was a man of knowledge, you see, and he gathered this knowledge from years of experience,
Mhm.
and he started digging one day, and he found something, and he hired some folk of what he
Mhm.
found. We knew what it was. There's that accursed stone,
Mhm.
and it led to a large mine operation.
Uh-huh.
And this mine, it went deep, found more and more, family became rich, and yeah, mine was elaborate. Yeah, there's the location.
Okay.
Is that good
Yeah. That's good. We can work with that.
or not? I can come up
No,
with
I
something
like
else.
no, 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 no. We can work with that. What about you two? Just a small adventure that you went on before you got to where you are now.
I got one.
Mhm.
A place that Ollie has definitely been through would be Clifton, Arizona.
Okay.
Uh, and it's a little mining town, kind of settled like in between a canyon, like along the river. And for the story about like what he did there, what was like memorable about it, uh, pretty much he was tasked with like finding a certain type of flower.
Mhm.
Uh, and while he was going around, you know, looking for it, probably poking where he shouldn't have been, uh, he got caught, and this led to basically him being like chased out of Arizona because
Okay.
of this thing that he was searching for.
Gotcha. I like it. I like it.
That, or maybe he had like he got caught and he had like get into a knife fight with this person, and then try to sneak his way out after because that guy's buddies and his gang were chasing after
Alright.
Ollie.
I like it. I like it. All right.
Alrighty. Last.
Give me a story from JP's past.
So, when JP was around the age, he leave his family, 18, 16.
How legal of him.
'Cause this is the final. This is the final ballad of. I believe I said he was 16 when he ran away from home.
Okay.
So we're gonna go with that. So around the time he was 16, JP and his little brother Timothy. Timothy would have been about 14 at the time, so not much younger. They were waiting at some just BFE middle of nowhere mansion in Columbus, Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
in the getaway buggy,
Yeah.
playing some jacks, and they're just having a jolly good time. It's probably been about 7 hours since they saw their dad and oldest sister Amanda leave, and they were told to watch the caravan, be ready at a moment's notice.
Mm-hmm.
They were not.
Ah.
So for this particular adventure, Amanda and their father also took along Jacob and Jessica, who were both older than JP, but not by much. They were twins, and they were about 18 at the time. All four of them, out of nowhere, you hear an explosion come from the upstairs balcony of the mansion, and then the rest of the family come running out the front door, screaming for them to get the horses ready and to run. The dad and Amanda both carrying some small trinkety stones, while Jessica and Jacob are both struggling desperately to carry a massive chest that they could only assume has a bunch of money in it.
Okay.
They get to the buggy. They start, at this point, JP and Timothy are still trying to pick up the jacks because, you can't stop a game of jacks midway.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, that checks.
it takes a minute to get everything started. They start going, and Amanda actually pushes them out of the way to whip at the reins to get these horses going. And her doing it in the velocity she did it in really made the horses run frantically. So they're going. They technically get away. They don't get in trouble with the law. They stole everything. But then Amanda starts chewing out Timothy and JP.
Okay.
And not paying attention, swerves a little bit to miss a tree that she ends up driving in front of, and Jacob gets hurled from the cart, smacks the tree going about 20 miles an hour.
Okay, God, okay.
That's why he's retarded.
That's why he talks like this. No, he's completely unconscious. They think he's dead. They're freaking out. Amanda wants to leave him. Amanda says, forget him. He's dead. We're leaving. We're not even going to bury him. Just leave him here. He can be the scapegoat.
Yeah.
That doesn't sit right with Timothy. Timothy loses it. Starts cussing out his older sister. Her and dad then beat the crap out of Timothy as a way to keep the other two in line, as you don't tell them what to do. Finally, JP can't really stand it, and he says, no, we're taking him home. We'll take both of them. I'll carry them. So they leave JP to carry Timothy and Jacob home in the middle of nowhere. He eventually makes it after about 4 days in the wilderness. Jacob's okay at this point. And this is what triggered Timothy to snitch on the family. And then caused all the other cascading effects that we've heard about with the brother James being murdered, who we might talk about next time.
Okay. I like this. A little piece for everybody. We got Clifton, Arizona, which we now know about. We've got yet another family wronged by the fucking Peters gang. And apparently that mine of duststone is sitting on a fucking labyrinthine cave system.
Darkest
That
dungeon
can't
it
be bad.
is.
That can't be bad at all. Okay. I appreciate that. Just little nuggets for me to have for you guys. So, who wants to give me a previously on?
Is it me?
Yes, I can.
Oh,
Chance to the last one.
Okay.
So we started up the mountain, and we're trotting along,
Uh-huh.
and then we run into, at gunpoint, we ran into Miss Mary Walker,
Yeah.
battered and bruised, on her last limb, trapped in a corner like a hound, or like a cougar trapped by hound dogs.
Uh-huh.
And after some talking, some tense conversation, we end up doing an uneasy alliance. Well, for three, an uneasy alliance, and for one, a Romeo and Juliet story.
For the one that it was a Romeo and Juliet story, that person played neither the part of Romeo or Juliet.
And I guess more like a Twilight story. And
Sure.
but we get a plan. We get on track to hunt down this demon that we've been chasing for some time now. And uh, we get into a long confrontation with it, chase sequence, running from our lives, or yeah, and we beat it down. And Miss Mary Walker, oh yeah, Miss Mary Walker tells us that she is part of an agency and that the demon is not dead. Um, and she's gonna go and try to track down the demon before it gets too strong again, and she can take it out by herself. We go off to the north, or we decide to head off north for um, to get down to dealings of what we previously learned was like a trafficking operation. And yeah, that's I think that's it.
Okay. Okay. Take yourself an extra chip for a good recap.
Mr. Whitman also has him a beautiful love interest now.
Yep, that was decided
All right.
solely by JP with no
I was
input from
already
Mr.
there,
Whitman.
son.
I can't make up what's already existed.
Yeah, no, it's true. I forgot about all your previous history where you two were almost married once upon a time. Okay. It is natural when one bests a great challenge, overcomes a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, or accomplishes a goal long laid out before them, to feel as if a chapter in their life has closed. That a story is ended and a time of rest and peace is to be enjoyed as a reward for their trials and tribulations. This is not true. At least it's not true for the battered posse that met some days ago in Harrison, Arkansas. With their quarry found, their answers wrung out of their old foe, they now are left with a daunting task before them: crossing the remaining Ozark Mountains and all the potential that rests there to reach the city of Springfield, Missouri, where rumors of a madman's work and clandestine plots yet to be uncovered have reached their ears. So, when we open up, it's not long after the defeat of the demon. You all have ridden maybe an hour away, but as you had found the demon a little later in the day when the combat started and everything that happened after that, the sun had already started to more or less set. And by the time an hour has passed, the half moon has risen and night has fallen. As you all set up camp, build up a crackling little fire, and start to sit around it, and you're left with each other. You've had a long day. In the time that you all have been awake from this morning, you got on a boat. Uh, well, you didn't get on a boat. You had a little bit of a rest, but You have tracked a demon throughout the mountains. You've had a fight. Some of you have been swallowed. You've been subjected to magics that you've never seen before. You've experienced things that very few people have experienced. And you just sit around a campfire with each other, a little bit haggard. And you're left to plan what your next steps are. As you all sit at the foot of what is essentially the highest portion of the mountains. This next leg, these next 2 weeks, are going to be probably the hardest portion of your trek as you truly begin to cross the Ozarks and get to the other side into Missouri. So we're just going to open up with that. You three sitting around a campfire, licking your wounds and making plans.
All right. So
Well,
does anyone have any good ideas on how to go about this?
Can't say I do.
pull out some cigarettes, offer it to the two,
I'll take one.
and light it up.
There's nothing
Well,
in the good book that says JP can't have a tote.
Look, smoking is good for you. Smoking is good for you. Gets the ghosts
My Wild
out.
West doctor told me that.
My
Mhm.
Wild West. My 1874 doctor said this is what keeps you living.
You gotta smoke the bugs out of your lungs.
Just like the early 2000s doctor saying red wine is good for you.
is it not?
No, it's not. That was completely debunked.
All right. So
Um, the way I see it, we got two options. We can either move kind of stealthily, slow, or we can try to book it across these mountains as fast as possible.
I'd be inclined to say taking it slow is probably the right route. Don't want to take any missteps here. Don't know what's creeping or crawling around in those mountains.
Could we run into that little spiky boar thing from a while ago? Almost killed JP, remember that?
I look at the head on my horse, but he didn't.
Remember that? That was 3 days ago.
We just fought a demon. My mind was, or
Yeah,
Austin's mind is fucking.
I was gonna
My
say
mind.
we've put back the trauma. All right, I'm over here reading about the dead going to heaven, so I know my wife's not haunting somewhere.
I mean, some of the dead go to
Well,
your
yeah,
wife.
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, your wife might have been a bit of a bitch. Who knows?
I know my wife.
Do you?
Yeah.
Um, do
They
we know
taking
the
it slow is
terrain?
probably the way.
Do we know the terrain that we're gonna be getting into? And
I've
as I
never
look,
been through.
is it snowy? Is it gonna get like snowy or like how high
uh,
are these?
it is
Just
not gonna get snowy. Like the Ozarks are a higher, like they're not a high mountain range. They're very like comparable to the Appalachians, where they're very old mountains, so they don't actually rise up all that high. So elevation is not gonna make it that bad. One of you, let me see here. Go ahead. One of you give me a history check. This seems appropriate. Or any of you can give me a history check just real quick.
All right.
You mean like a notice check?
No, I mean like a history check.
He totally means no.
a history check?
I'm a pass on that one.
Well, no, it's not. Is it history? What is this called? It's called something else.
Is
Notice.
there?
No.
Shooting.
Just do
Common
common knowledge.
knowledge.
Common knowledge is what it should be. Yeah.
I suppose I'll try common knowledge then.
I got a 5.
Nah, I'm still gonna pass on this one.
Yeah. But
Uh, I got a 7.
okay. With the 5 and 7, you guys are aware that the temperature will be a little cooler. On top of the mountain, like you might get 15 or 20 degrees cooler as you go up top, but it is the summertime.
Uh,
So it won't be too bad. At night, it might hit 50 degrees, maybe dip into the 40s, but
Okay.
nothing insane. And also another point of fact for just this check, today, even though today is starting to fall away, today is actually a special day for some. It may be contentious for some of you, as a matter of fact, but today is actually July the 4th, the day when long ago uh, colonists won independence, or not won independence, but declared their independence from the British and
Independent.
forged a new country. Now, given that two of you are from what are now different countries, maybe that's contentious. But today is the 4th of July, so there's also that. But snow and cold shouldn't be that big of an issue.
Okay.
Was well, another cigarette. Well, today is a very special day to me.
What's today?
July 4th. Don't you know this is a sacred holiday?
Sacred.
Oh, I suppose.
Do you not celebrate Independence Day?
Been busier with other things lately.
You have a different Independence Day,
Gestures around.
and you also have a different Independence Day.
You have to take in the small things in life.
I agree. I agree with you. So who's
Do we want to go around the apex, or we want to go straight down?
So I will say, as your current course, you guys have currently got it to where it'll take you roughly a month to get to Springfield, and the
Oh,
majority. Yeah, no, this is established. But then the crossing of the Ozarks, the worst of it will take roughly 2 weeks.
okay?
And that plot that you guys have courted, like that course that you guys have plotted out, is assuming you go over the mountain. If you go around the mountain, that will add time. And I will also say, uh, it's not going to be a big of an issue going around, but going over, but going around, your time is also increased to a degree because you're down a horse.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Well, if we want to try and get our hands in whatever's going on in Springfield with Van Zant, we got to go over the mountain.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Especially if we're down a horse and we wanting to do things slow and steady, that could end up just taking extra time no matter which direction we pick. So I think over's the way to go. Mr. Woodman, I think, fell asleep.
Good night, Mr.
Good night. He's dreaming of his lady.
Yes, his lady, his darling woman. But okay, it seems like a pretty solid game plan is put in as you guys all kind of bunk down for the night, settle in, and sort of get some well-needed rest. I am gonna ask where everybody's headspace is right now, because it's been a fuck of a week. Like,
As
where's
well
everybody
it
sitting
will be.
at? Where's everybody sitting at right now? How are we feeling?
Are we talking about characters?
Yeah. Yes. No,
Okay.
I'm asking. No, Austin, I've decided now I'm gonna be like, Austin, I need to know how your week's gone. Tell
I
me
was,
all about it, buddy.
well, because we talked a little bit about it before the session, so I was like, wait, are you trying to dive more into my crappy week?
No.
Just like 10 minutes in, you want me to dish this
I'm,
out here?
I'm trying to delve into JP's crappy week.
I mean, JP ain't doing so hot. He saw his wife again, and while he can't wait to actually see her again, he didn't think it was going to be so soon or in those circumstances. Especially not her blaming him for everything. That was definitely a low blow on her part. They'll talk about that when he gets up there. That'll be a family
Just
discussion.
picturing like the whole like jealous girlfriend thing. It's like you had a dream that I cheated on you, and now you're mad at me.
Pretty much. But it's going to be his version. I had a dream that you were mad at me because I killed you, and now I'm mad at you because you got mad at me because I killed you. In my dream.
What?
It's gonna be so many connected dots when I just start describing it.
Oh,
But
so many layers.
I think JP is like hardcore trying to reason with himself that what he saw was not his wife, because deep down I think he knows it couldn't be.
Yeah.
But that demon was just so darn convincing that he's really struggling with that internal, it was not my wife. It was an illusion that he created.
Okay.
But
Would
was
you
it?
share this with the camp? Or is that like you're just trying to suppress that?
I think right at the moment it's suppressing. We'll see what happens
Okay.
later on tonight if he ends up exploding.
That's fair. There's
I,
probably
I was like, this is
some
the
shit up in
18.
this house.
This is the 1800s. Men suppress their feelings way down deep.
Deep.
It ain't safe to talk about that yet.
Sure. Sure. All right, what about the other two? How are we feeling about this whole week?
Like torn between like this should feel a lot better because our demon problem has been ended
Yeah.
for us at least.
Yeah.
But now we got like these mountains, and that's gonna be a whole thing, and then whatever is waiting for us in Springfield. Oliver's probably like antsy. Like, he's on edge.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, all right, we're on a road trip and we haven't eaten in a while. Let's drive out of our way to get food. Then when you get there and get your food, you enjoy it, then realize you ran out of gas to get there.
It's kind of like one thing after another. It's just like
Uh-huh.
I need like if we can just make it to Springfield for like a day and then get into like that one day is gonna be nice.
Mhm.
Like the ride down the mountain, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What about Mr. Whitman? How's Mr. Whitman feeling about everything that's transpired over the past week? And I'm just like kind of point this out. The past week begins with like Fayetteville.
Yeah.
Like you guys have been through some shit this week.
We've been shot so
Been
many
Fayetteville
shot.
was just
times.
business.
Fayetteville was just business, but it was some dirty business.
It was dirty business. That was just business. It's like everything after Fayetteville got crazy.
Yeah. How about it, Mr. Whitman?
So I try to keep a happy composure about July 4th and offering the cigarettes. Um, but as the other two kind of talk and whatnot, I'm going through more than a few,
Yeah.
pretty much chain smoking,
Oh, jeez.
It's burning through 'em.
burning through them, and kind of being quiet and just kind of staring at the fire. And oh boys, let's take one last drag. I think kind of rub my chest a little bit. I think I'm gonna kind of wipe up, clean up a little bit, and go to head to bed. And I kind of get up and walk off to my little tent area. I don't know if we
So,
have tents, so I guess bedroll. And
do
then
you have a tent?
I
I
don't
do
have a
not have
tent.
a tent. I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing yet.
What,
So my
tents?
Tents were not
Yes.
invented yet.
I lived in my giant plantation mansion home. I have no idea what this
I
fabric
don't know what a
is.
tent is. That's for pores.
That's for the pores.
I don't know when was the tent invented.
By the
A
Indians a
long
long
time
time
ago.
ago.
Like a long time. I mean, think about you Civil War. Think about any Civil War movie you've ever seen. Remember the camps with all the tents they're probably in?
Oh yeah, but like those are kind of large.
There are
Those are
small
big
tents.
tents.
Fine,
What about
fine. Red
I'm
Dead.
googling it.
what
I'm googling
what
it.
year? What year is it?
Red, it's 1890. Think Red Dead. Red
Okay,
Dead was before,
portable
like,
tents were invented. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
but I don't have a tent. So
Okay.
I go with my bedroll.
Around 40,000 BC,
Good.
the rough
Good.
estimate when people started using tents.
The rough estimate.
So good news, you made it. Like you are in the tent window.
You
Okay.
made it.
But that would I'll say it makes sense even if he said the word like I'm gonna go to my tent, I'm gonna do that because he just
No, I said bedroll. I'm a dumbass.
no.
I don't know when tents are
No,
happening.
No.
let's not get caught on tents.
Exactly. We're
Not
keeping
get
going. We
caught
got a
on
mountain to
tents.
climb.
I was gonna say it makes sense with how he was
Jesus.
describing it
No,
because he
no,
says he's just like
no,
in
I
such
said
a mental
bedroll. I don't
state.
know what
Bedroll.
tent
He could have
is.
He'll be in his
accidentally
role.
said
No,
tent.
state.
Federal.
He'll be in his role.
I'm behind a tree cleaning myself.
Okay, so a lot of moisture in the camp apparently, then everyone broods. Okay. You all go to sleep. Uh, you have a restful night, which in contrast to how your days have been, is nice. You don't experience the sort of like dark and dank sort of miasma that's kind of blanketed the area. You think because you've gotten ahead of where the demon had traveled, that sort of corruption that it left behind it, even if it was lingering, you guys have gotten ahead of it. So while that sense of like foreboding, that being in the shadow of a mountain, it persists, but that more immediate sense of danger is lessened by the fact that you're no longer in the area of corruption that the demon left behind. So we don't have to do watches tonight, as you all are in an area that was pretty much devoid of anything bad because there was a much bigger top dog around for a little bit that kept all the bad shit away. So you all enjoy your night and sleep through it. Uh when you all wake in the morning, you are again faced with the task of what you're about to do. So the way we're gonna do the first leg of this journey, essentially, is we're gonna do this 3 days at a time. And we're essentially just gonna do like a little travel montage kind of thing. Um for the next 3 days, you guys are going to start making your way up into the beginnings of the Ozarks. Tell me, each of you tell me something that happens to your character or something that you do as you go along. And there may be checks required, there may be things that happen, but go ahead and tell me something that happens along the first 3 days of your journey.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So, as part of my internal struggle with myself,
Uh-huh.
when no one's looking, because again, the emotions are suppressed,
Uh-huh.
I whip out of my coat pocket. And when I had to get a new coat, I had to take it out of that coat and put it in the new coat pocket.
Okay.
My wife's locket.
Okay.
On one side of it, it's a picture of her, or picture of us, and then on the other side, it's a picture of me because it's her locket.
Yeah.
But I always look at the picture of us because it's one of the only things of her I have left. And so when no one's looking, I'm looking at that and trying to continuously tell myself she's peacefully moved on.
Yeah. That's nice. That's nice. Um, I think as you look at that, you I think the thing that maybe makes you feel better is not the picture itself, it's just the memory, like maybe surrounding that picture. Because this is the 1800s. I'm sure you both look like you're zombies in that picture because smiling wasn't allowed until like 1950. But I think looking at that maybe helps you remember some of the better times. And I think the more you remember the times, the more like your wife comes into focus. And maybe she's been out of focus for a little while just because, she passed and you've had to move past it. But she kind of comes back into focus, you remember who she is. And I think you come to terms more with the fact that you don't think even if your wife did blame you, she would use it against you.
Mm,
Because that's not who she was.
that's good. Now I just have to work through the fact that she still might blame me.
Oh, yeah, she might.
You never know.
I'm not going to tell you that part.
Those you don't
Um,
forgive. are not forgiven.
Mhm.
Psalms
Amen.
123.
She blamed you so hard she went straight to hell.
No.
um, all right. What about you two?
I continually
I've run out of cigarettes, says loud.
He's got to stop smoking them in one draw.
I continually smoke, but the big thing is I kind of wander off and shuffle and shuffle my clothes and kind of clean,
All right. All right.
like wipe away, like pour water like on some rags on my shirt or something and kind of wipe.
Yeah. Okay. What about Ollie?
Uh, Ollie, for the first 3 days, during the day, nothing much. He's probably on like pretty high alert.
Mm-hmm.
During the nights, he'll probably start staying up a little longer through his
Mm-hmm.
watches, though. Kind of like what he
Yeah.
did with the demon.
Yeah.
So he'll probably just start taking longer watches.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As the first leg of your journey starts to play out, it is filled with sort of this bit of meandering sort of individualistic takes on things. You guys don't you're traveling together, but you're not really together. JP spends a lot of his time seemingly looking at something in his pocket. Mr. Whitman keeps wandering off and seems quite nervous as he is rapidly burning through his stock of tobacco. And there's just a lot of quiet from Ollie's part as you all just keep pressing forward as you start moving up the mountain and elevation starts to change more and more as you're truly scaling it now. You're in that portion of mountain where a lot of your time, if this was a straight shot, would be easier, but you're having to, especially with horses, take diagonal paths up to like least elevation to least elevation the way you're moving. The nights are dark, and as you start going more and more, it's on the second night. In the distance, you start hearing howling as some distance away, you're not sure what, there appears to be a pack of wolves somewhere. And on the third night, you hear that howling again, significantly closer. So, as you start getting near this sort of like fourth of the leg of the journey you're at right now, for the next 3 days, tell me some stuff that you guys do, but also be aware. Every night when you sleep at night, you hear the howling of wolves, and every night it seems to be getting closer.
Mr. JP, you're up first.
That I am, that I am. You boys get some shut eye.
Oh no, I meant like with what you're doing for the next few days.
Oh,
Mhm.
darn.
Yeah,
Well,
I was gonna stick to the order we went in.
yeah.
My bad.
I know what I'm doing. I put on my extra clothes.
Okay. Cool. 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 Cool.
What do your extra clothes look like? How are they different?
Uh, like instead of just a normal shirt and whatnot, I kind of go off and put on my long johns. Um, yeah, long johns, and add on a winter coat on top of my other coat. on my duster.
Okay. So, Mr. Whitman bundles. What about the other two?
Um, during the day, probably more of the same. I can't think of Ollie kind of like easing it back, especially through the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so probably like still on edge, not so much like, but like wanting a rest anymore. Just kind of like he's working.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then at night, he'll probably take over first watch
Yeah.
if everything's getting closer and closer.
Mm-hmm.
He'll full on just take first watch, and yeah, he'll try to stay up through like second watch half the time.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a hard time sleeping, and while I lay down, my eyes are still open for probably a half of a watch too. So my watch and then half of a watch.
Okay.
So probably through the second half, and then third if that's where we keep in the same order.
Okay.
Okay.
So JP for this next part of the voyage swears one day, as he's worked through some of his problems, he swears that on the wind he heard his wife's voice calling him to a new divine power. This is where the elemental manipulation is going to start taking effect.
Okay. Okay.
I like that. Take a chip.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
thank you. So it's going to start with subtle things because we know. Okay, I forget. Fairchild knows I'm a magic man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're
We
No,
told
you
Whitman,
told Whitman
but he still
that you're a
hasn't.
witch, and he still hasn't verified
Okay,
it.
that's what I was going to go with because JP
Oh,
as
I'm about to prove this to
no
Mr. Whitman.
JP.
Throw a fireball at him.
I'm going through a few. No, I'm looking at some of the character stuff. I got like so many pages open right now. So
I'm sure you do. Look
to
at my computer. Yeah.
to help with the coping of the mental side of things, it is often good to do something productive. Um, One day when Mr. John H. Whitman lights that cigarette, I hear my wife's calling again.
Oh my god.
And she says to push the wind. That's all I hear. And I see him go to light that cigarette. And right as he does, I kind of just like, as if he lit a match in front of me. I just kind of, from a couple feet away, I just kind of, and
Airbend.
yeah. And I'm going to
Yeah.
use the special effect portion. I guess you can consider it move or special effect, however you want to say it, Brian. But to snuff out the lighter.
So he lights a match, and you blow it out.
But I'm like, what's my smarts distance? I can do things from like 30-ish feet away. So we're not. It's not like I just walk and go. I'm a good distance,
Okay.
and I just kind of, and I see it go away. And then the first thought was, oh, that was nothing. That wasn't me. So then I do it the next day. And then eventually I realize it is me. And so a couple days into it, instead of messing with the wind, as soon as he lights the cigarette, I do it to mess with the embers, the fire within the cigarette, to make it burn instantaneously away. You can,
Okay.
I can roll if you want to see how bad I control it if I mess up horrifically. Because at this point,
No.
at this
Hey,
point,
this
I'm
is
doing it.
minor.
At this point, I'm doing it. I'm doing this one to see if I kind of freak out Mr. Whitman. At this point, I'm trying to pull a prank on it.
Okay,
Okay.
so the fire, so the cigarette lights on fire.
The cigarette immediately goes from being full size to flame and nub.
All right, so that does set me into a very heavy panic. internal panic.
Oh no. I just gave him a Civil War
He
flashback.
just has he had a Civil War flashback.
And when that happens, I immediately veer off from the party.
Oh. Uh,
And I
Where you
clean
going?
myself.
I may have messed up.
You said that.
I say that out loud to Mr. Fairchild. I go, oh, I may have messed up.
No, I'll call out if you go off the path.
I just need to. I just need to fix this wound here a little bit. It's a little bit of a scratch that I've been cleaning up the last few days. It's all right though. I just don't want you to see me in my undecency state.
Okay.
All right, I need
All right,
several checks from
take
several
5.
people. One, Daniel, I need a
Yes.
notice check from you.
Okay.
I'm curious as to whether you realize who was fucking with you. This could be the moment that you realize that JP can do magic.
Do miracles.
I got 2.
Oh no.
I got 2 2s.
Who
No.
can fucking say what happened to your cigarette? Not me.
There's a ghost among us.
I know what happened.
Witchcraft. I need a medicine. I think it's medicine. I can never remember what the fucking skills are in this game.
Healing? There's a healing skill.
That bitch. I need you to make a healing check.
Me?
Yes.
Alrighty. Good stop. Yeah. That is a 2.
Okay. You also, when he says has an old wound that he needs to tend to, you believe him.
Oh no. I'm gonna go heal him. Mr. Fair. Okay, so I guess I should play it as I think I hurt him. Because I did the flame. He says he needs to go off and tend to a wound. I'm gonna play it as I think I burned him.
Okay.
So now I feel guilty. Now I'm gonna go, go get my whip and give myself 20 lashes later while saying the Lord's Prayer.
God, okay. Cool.
Totally kidding.
Cool. Uh-huh.
Middle of someone's shift, they're just gonna hear a whoosh, whoosh.
Yeah, and then finally Oliver, the outside party.
Yeah.
You can roll both a notice and a medicine or a healing check.
All right, we'll start with the medicine check. I don't think I have any of that, so this will be with -2. Yeah, a 3 on that.
Nope. Okay, you guys are rolling
then
great.
Notice.
Uh-huh.
I mean, things can't go as poorly as they did last session, right? You know, it's not as high as stakes.
No.
6. Fail. Math. 16.
Okay, notice check. As the outside party, having access to everything you saw, you have observed over the past 2 days a strange thing that honestly kind of reminds you of home just a little bit. You watch this burgeoning little witch, JP, slowly practicing this like minor spellcraft, and you see him periodically. This person who seems to have held himself in very high regard, uh a very kindly person, slowly fucking with this war veteran. Just every day you watch him just a little bit more push the limits of what he can do, and now you see regret fill his face as Mr. Whitman stalks off.
And then I run after. Mr. Whitman!
You watch
I'm fine, JP. Just get back.
No, come here.
No, get back.
No, don't be senile now. Let me help you.
He's like 45.
That's like 5 years away from the lifespan back then. What are you talking about?
That's only because so many kids died early. Once you made it past 20, you got a real fighting chance to get to 60.
He only got 15 good years in him, but he won't if he doesn't let me feel his face.
It's just a minor wound. I just need to clean it before it
No,
festers. I know what I'm doing.
it's
I've
alright.
been
Just come here and let me look at
I'm
it.
a survivor. No,
Let the
get
doctor
back.
look at it.
You're not a doctor. What? Can't help me. You're a preacher. What do you know about healing people?
Well, come here and let me show you. I'm going to attempt to get very close to Mr. Whitman to see his
push you
face.
back. I push you back.
Now, why are you being like this, Mr. Whitman? Let me help you.
Because I darn told you. And take care of myself.
I understand that. But just let me heal it, then we can be on our way quickly.
Oliver, get this man away from me.
Get this man away from me! Get this man off of me!
Just give him a minute. He'll be fine.
He's been talking crazy ever since telling him I've been in love and now all this nonsense. I think you need rest.
I'm just gonna look at Mr. Fred. Does he still not understand what I can do?
No, I don't think he does know what you can do. But I think the last week is just catching up with all of us. Maybe we should kind of look up at the sky. How we doing?
What time is it?
It's this is about your second day, or it's probably the end of the first day here. It's getting closer to nightfall.
Guess
We
we
should
set
probably
it,
call it
King.
early.
Yeah,
Both of you
probably
can
right.
catch up on some sleep.
That'll work.
Alright,
I guess
sounds good.
I can take first watch.
I keep
I'll take
running
first. Don't worry
in the
about it.
way.
You can explain to Mr. Whitman what's been going on. And we can talk about what everyone's been thinking. I'm sick of this.
I agree. So instead of us just immediately going to sleep when we set up camp, we're gonna kind of chill and talk to each other for a little bit, is what
Yeah.
I'm hearing. Okay.
We're doing that forbidden sharing among men in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Well, see, we're in the middle of nowhere, so we just gotta make sure no one hears us. Because if they hear us, by law, we have
They'll
to kill
think we're
them.
less manly.
No, we
They'll
have to
question
kill
our
them.
virility.
That is the law in the 1800s. If you hear a man spill his emotions, you have to die. If you were not invited to hear those emotions.
Okay.
How that works.
But you guys set up camp a little early on the first day. You set up your fire before night is even falling. You all just kind of have a sit down and rest. Now, is this a full open powwow? Are we putting it all out there? Are our
I think
cards on the table? We feeling like
Let's
sharing?
put the
at least
cards down.
Ollie is gonna bring it up
Let's
whenever we're having dinner.
show our hand right now.
All right. So we're all a bit shaken from dealing with the demon and, well, running with little to no sleep for about a week now. And that's said and done, now it's all catching up. We've stuck together this long. How you doing?
You know, I'm better today and the last day or so than I have been after the fight with the demon. That he showed me things, messed with my head a little bit, but some good came out of it as well. So
Whatever the damn thing showed you, it was just to get at you. And don't mean that it was real.
I
It was
believe
trying
that
to break
now.
you.
I do believe that now.
Good. Whatever it said or whatever it showed you, don't dwell on it too long.
I'll do
And
my
that demon,
best.
that demon got in your mind, warped it like it can warp reality.
He did that all right. He showed me my wife.
She,
It was a she. He is correct.
Yes. She showed me my wife.
or no, like you say he, like in game.
No, no.
Okay.
I just said showed me my wife. I don't think I said he.
Oh, okay.
Your wife passed away.
Yeah, she died of tuberculosis some years back. We weren't married too terribly long, but she was the love of my life. Did everything I could to heal her, but as it turns out, there are some things in this world that even miracles can't completely cure. It was just prolonging her suffering. So she told me to stop. And then I had to watch her slowly fade away.
Sorry to hear that.
Thanks.
No one should have to go through that.
It was hard. What that blasted demon did, though, made her talk to me in ways where it was as if she blamed me for what happened. Not being able to heal her, not being strong enough. And in some ways, it was more or less just repeating the things that I sometimes feel on a normal, lively basis. That maybe if I knew more when she was sick, I could have done something. But maybe that's why I work so hard now to keep those I care about safe.
Well, like I said, don't dwell on it. It's just trying to break you down to make you easier to kill.
Indeed.
And who knows, before you know it, Mary will probably have it all fixed. It'll be bottled up and can't harm no one.
Hopefully that's so. I would like that. Get that thing taken away for good.
Now, Mr. Whitman, what's been going on with you? You seem
Emotional damage.
that one.
That one.
You've been in a daze ever since we set up this mountain.
Just thinking about all that occurred took a heavy toll. JP getting swallowed up. All these fights we've been in. Ain't seen nothing quite like it. Not since the old days.
Oh, we made it through it.
Reminds me back when I was in South America. The mysterious. This place is as mysterious as that place.
You've been a lot
And
of
we
places, haven't you?
quite a few, I reckon. This was very life changing. Very
Fair.
life changing moments. Oh my god.
Has indeed.
Well, how was South America then?
What was that?
What was South America like, if you don't mind sharing?
Dense. Heavy. Hot. Full of life and death.
God damn.
But the death only came when we came.
I mean, take a chip. That was pretty
Yeah.
good.
We begin our expedition. And to take out some rebels that fled down there. It turned into much more though. Found exotic pyramids. The men they started finding treasures, untold riches. We kept going deeper. The last battle we were in, they weren't against the natives or against the rebels. I believe they were against the natives. Not really sure though. It's when it all went black. I got hit. Can't really remember too much else. However, when we fought that demon, there was a burning from the old wound. Strange. That's why I've been keeping it clean. So you don't have to really worry about me. Gotta keep on cleaning and whatnot. Be alright.
So an old wound's been bothering you since we fought the demon?
Yeah, something like that, I reckon.
Huh.
It seems like demon, I don't know, got to all of us. Tried to dig deep, take hold of something.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe by Springfield, we'll shaking this off.
Hopefully, yeah.
Also, the howling of the wolves.
Doesn't make it any easier, does it?
Seems like they're right on our trail. Like smoke blowing through a cave system after a mine explosion. Rushing
Speaking of that, I
forward
better get
through the
back to
open air.
watch. I don't want those wolves getting too close.
Yeah, we.
And Ollie will head out.
I'm gonna. But as you head, I'm like, yeah, fire's starting to kind of burn small. I'll manage that a little bit, and then I'm gonna use my elemental manipulation. I'm just gonna kind of snap my finger in the direction to, and a sparkle create from my snap, and then it's gonna make the fire a little stronger, a little brighter for you.
I'm not even gonna make him roll a notice check. He's in a spot right now.
I was gonna
Now's
say,
not the time. Now's not the time.
did you notice that, Mr. Whitman? Do I need to look at you while I do it?
Look at this. Fireball.
Fireball. More like Flame Alchemist style, but yes.
Okay, weeb. Okay. Well, you guys have a nice heart to heart. Everyone airs out a little bit of the laundry. Uh, you all are kind of nestled in by the time the moon starts to come up. It's a brighter night. The moon's not quite full yet, but it's like at that quarter, like 3/4 phase where it's actually like seeable at
Mm-hmm.
night. Even on this mountain, you can still kind of see a little bit, and that's comforting. The further you guys have gone up the mountain, you've had this feeling like just the deeper in you get, it's almost like you feel like children. And your mama told you to not go too deep into the woods while you play and be home in time for supper. And you have that feeling like you had when you were a kid when you realized you'd gone just a little too far. And it hasn't really gone away for the past day or so. And as you all sleep through the night, Ollie on watch for a good portion of it before the trade out. Again, after that first day, you still hear the wolves ever closer this time. Um, Oliver, since you are on watch most of the night, why don't you give me a survival check for this?
Oh, we're ready. 11.
Okay, that's the check with the raise. The way you are oriented right now, the way you're moving into these mountains deeper in, you don't know if these wolves are following you, if you're just in their territory or what, but if they are in fact pursuing you, how close they've gotten in the past 4 days, you don't have many more days until if you all keep doing what you're doing, they catch up to you.
Alrighty.
So, that being said, as the night comes to a close and you all awake, um, do you have any plans, or are you going to attempt to do anything to kind of shake these wolves from your trail? Or is this just kind of a try to move forward and try to leave their territory kind of deal?
I figure we just try to leave their territory. I
Okay.
think that's because, especially with like horses, I don't see much of what we could try to do
Mm-hmm.
since we're having like essentially walk with the horses.
Okay.
And I'm open to ideas, but
No, I really don't know much we could do.
lad, any ideas?
Um, well, we haven't seen any wildlife in a while. My survival intellect tells me that they're probably hungry and they smell meat. Maybe we can, maybe even make a few traps. I was just gonna say lay some food down, but actually make some traps along with it. And in the jungles, they use these things called boogie sticks, sharp sticks, and you place in the hole, place the meat over top, lay some sticks and shit, and then the meat on top of those, and they fall in. Boogie sticks.
Poogie sticks, they call it.
That would take a little bit of preparation to do, but we could
It would
if
just
we
take a
needed
few
to.
hours.
We could use some of the embers from the fire and try to smoke over our scent, make it harder for them to follow.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Hardest thing will be doing it with the horses, being able to take a smoldering ember and not freak out the horse, but or a smoking ember, or just I guess you just walk them near it and then waft the smoke over them. That'd probably be easiest. But that could work.
Since we want to be quick, I mean, we can try that. Since we have a few days, if that doesn't work, then we can try to take more drastic measures.
All right, everyone get around the fire. I only have. It's been a night, so I have my 1 point back. Let me use it again. I'm going to use air to kind of control the smoke. That way we can waft it in the direction we want it to go and to better coat the horses.
All right, how's your avatar wind abilities?
1 second, I'm rolling for it because it is let me, I did roll an 11, so we are okay. I think.
So Uppa is secured.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Yep.
You do a thorough job of smoking up yourselves, getting yourselves to smell nice and smoky, and sort of perforating the scent throughout the area. Okay. Any other measures we're taking? We gonna make poogie sticks?
We'll save that for the next night since it takes hours
Yeah.
to set up.
Okay. You all smoke yourselves up and go about your journey again. That feeling of being lost in the woods just sort of persists to where the hair on the nape of your neck just is almost constantly feeling like it could stand up at any moment. Anytime you hear a noise, it's unsettling. Anytime you don't hear noises, it's unsettling. As you just progress further and further up this mountain, now you're getting to the point to where a lot of your travel is becoming difficult as you are truly scaling low mountains now. Um, Getting horses up is difficult. You're having to find natural like game trails that things like deer would take, and that seems very difficult. Um, but you're able to progress one more day and get a little bit further as you push on towards the sort of the apex of this peak that you're currently climbing. Uh, Tonight, you all bed down and rest. Um, Things I'm gonna need. Uh, I need a notice check from Oliver and a spirit roll from Mr. Whitman.
Mm, 7
Okay.
for Ollie.
Okay.
Big old 3 for the spirit.
Okay. First thing, Oliver, as you're sitting through this sort of period of watch, um, listening, uh, you are clued into something as you're doing this. You're out there listening, waiting, and you don't hear howling tonight. At any point, the watch sort of drones on, you don't hear howling, and you made a good enough notice check, and just the way you all been traveling, you know that's not necessarily a good thing. You think it's possible the reason you're not hearing howling is because they're trying to be quiet now. And so that just sort of creeps in the back of your mind that maybe the smoke trail worked, maybe it didn't, but you're not sure. And that's kind of where you're at as you sit there. Mr. Whitman, as you kind of drift off to sleep, um, your eyes kind of flutter closed, and you take sort of this deep smell of the sort of like alpine wilderness that you're in, taking in the smell of cedar and coniferous trees. And then as you breathe out, drifting further on, you breathe in, and the smell becomes arid. It becomes dry as you just open your eyes to your head bobbing up and down, and you're in this delirious state trying to figure out what's happening, and then you feel yourself running faster, faster. You hear others running next to you at speed. You're on all fours, pawing the ground, moving. You feel sandy clay beneath your feet as you churn through the landscape. You turn your head sort of side to side. You feel your ears twitch as you look through the night, being able to see much clearer than you should be able to, and you see a desert scape. You see cacti growing. You see small scrubs all throughout the area as you look around, making sure that you're not being followed, making sure that you're still on course as you pad forward, farther and farther, running until as you look down the uh, the plane you're running across, and you see water. You see a river, a long river stretching across wherever you're going. I need you to give me. Let's see here. I need you to give me a common knowledge check.
Mm-hmm.
Add a d4 to this also.
17.
Holy fuck. Okay. You're running as you low to the ground, keep burning through. You see this river, and you actually recognize it. It's been a really long time since you've seen it, and you didn't really spend a lot of time looking at it, but you recognize the Rio Grande
Okay.
as you move across this plain and see this long, stretched out river. And you run, you feel the rest running with you, and you dive into the water and start to swim. And the minute you hit the water, you wake up.
All right. I wake up soaking, wet with
Yeah,
sweat. I'm
a little
assuming.
bit of sweat, yeah. A little wetter than you thought you'd be.
Oh, I'm
No,
wet.
you're
All
good.
right.
Oh, Bard.
He shit his pants.
Um, yeah, he fully shit him. Um, but you wake up with this sort of like unnerved feeling, as this is not the first time you've had a dream like this.
Yep.
You look around. You are still in northern Arkansas. You're still in the Ozarks. You see Oliver leaning against a tree, looking around. He seems a little concerned. And you see JP sleeping peacefully.
I get up and I walk over. We still got a fire going.
At this point in the night, it's probably embered up a little, but it's still light. It's still hot.
Uh, I got a stick, kind of rub the fire a little bit. Walk over. I guess it's my shift now.
Yep.
See anything?
Just kind of like jump a little bit. Not so loud, Whitman.
What do you see?
Those wolves might be closer than we thought. There's no howling tonight. Either they're being quiet or we lost them. And I don't think we've been that lucky so far.
Even through the smoke, they still smell it.
I'm not sure.
They
Maybe
still,
we've gotten.
they still smell us.
They could. Maybe we did lose them. Maybe we're in something else's territory, something big enough where they won't mess with us. I don't know. I
That's
don't
not
like
good
it though.
news. What are you thinking? Should we
I'm
wake
not
up
sure.
JP?
I don't think so. Not yet, at least.
Mm,
I'll be fine. Yeah, you go back to bed.
nah, you need to get your rest. I got it from here.
Just nudge me and I'll be there.
Yep, will do. That's a lot of cigarette.
How many cigarettes do you have?
Not
I
enough.
now have 24.
I love that you. I love you. You just been keeping track of them, my man.
I took out 5 per day. That probably was a little lowballing, but
No, that's fair. You gotta conserve. But yeah, the night drags on, and you confirm, Mr. Whitman, sort of the same suspicions that Ollie had. I'm not even gonna make you roll for it at this point. Your survival's sort of a tried and true thing. A minor check like this, like you buy what Ollie's selling. You don't think, even with the smoke smell, you would have just created another unique smell, something that they might latch onto, and the fact they're being quiet, you can't think of a good reason. Like maybe Oliver's right. Maybe you are moving into something's territory, but then you consider you're moving into something's territory that keeps a pack of wolves at bay. which in of itself is concerning if that is in fact the truth.
In preparation, I take off my big coat, long johns. Surprised I haven't heat catted. I had to make a check over that, but damp with sweat. Put them next to the fire so they can cook,
Yeah,
dry out.
guard a little bit. Night comes to a close. On this
Put back on
last
my clothes.
Okay. On this last day of this 3-day period, I need notice checks from everyone and a survival check from whoever is leading the party.
If Mr. Whitman's back in the saddle, then he can survive less.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's still shaking, I can do it.
Yeah, I can do it. Oh wait.
12.
Good notice.
My notice was a 10.
I got a 7 for notice and a 5 for the survival.
Okay. As you all are starting to move through this heavily wooded mountain area, all of you notice that, like, you all do very well on your notice checks as you go. You start to see things hanging in the trees. As you go by, you notice just these little hanging on twine, little bundles of sticks and bone that dangle from trees. And you start to see them periodically marked throughout the woods. And with those of you who've rolled extraordinarily well on notice, eventually, as you sort of progress through these woods, you see something kind of clipping through the distance. I believe Oliver rolled the highest on notice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
By 2.
see something you can't quite make out, and as you sort of clear into this like little flatter portion, like this little hollow, you see the best way you can describe it is a table in the middle of the woods.
Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And on this table, you see a man who has been bound at his wrists and ankles and spread, uh, tied on each end across. He's appears dead as you approach, though you're not quite sure. You see lacerations that seem old, and you see signs of decay. But even more concerning, as you see this, you see remains around this table, as well as more of these effigy like decorations hanging from trees. But you see skeletons laying around this table. And with you two, your superior notice checks, you also see something in the trees around this table. As you see red eyes, red eyes, red eyes, red eyes, red eyes, and red eyes. As you see what appears to be some sort of canine creatures leering through the trees around this altar, all with their gazes fixed on you, as the survival check did not quite cut it. You see a pack of wolves. And just with those superior notice checks, and the way they look, and the way they move, the way they're gathered around this altar, they seem bigger than wolves should be. Their eyes are not the right color, and they're out during the day. What do you do? They do not seem aware that you notice them yet.
Oh,
Like grab, because I assume I'm the one walking. Grab the saddle of Harold. Hold up, Captain. We found the wolves. Kind of point them in that direction. Unsling my rifle. We're gonna handle this. I don't think they've seen us yet.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't make that clear enough. They see you.
Oh,
They
okay.
just don't know that you see them.
Ah,
Oh.
okay. Well then,
They are watching you.
keep moving in a solid standard direction, nonchalantly, totally normal, and whisper of all that to Mr. John H. Whitman, and kind of loud enough for JP to hear. So we're gonna handle this. We should act before they do.
well,
Kind of
I've been tired of eating these damn rations. And I don't like
Kinda-
being followed.
roll out my neck. And I'm going to unsling my rifle, turn, aim, and shoot.
That's gonna be initiative, as
Yeah.
every party sees every party in play
Let's go
here.
crazy.
Okay, so for the wolves, I'm gonna go ahead and draw their cards. And now who would like to be drawn first?
Me.
I was gonna say, draw me last. I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick.
Okay, so first Ollie, then Mr. John H. Whitman, and then who? Then JP. Okay, when he
Oof.
comes back, it will be the wolves' turn
Let's rock this.
They're fast
with the
little.
with the Queen of Hearts, and then it will be the second half of the wolves' turn with the Jack of Hearts.
Oof.
Yeah, no, these draws weren't. Frankly, if either of them had been closer, we would be approaching a straight in this hand. Like, we were very rapidly approaching a straight. I've got a queen, a jack, a 10, and a 9, and then a 3. Austin fucked it with that 3.
Fucked it.
But I almost had a straight. But just so you guys can start thinking ahead, your turn order is going to be Mr. Whitman, Oliver, JP.
Okay.
Let me write that down because I always forget turn order. I'm horrible about it.
Well, he's getting that. I'm going to go ahead and take a leak.
Yep. And JP. Okay. Chance of taking a piss. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I sat there, I was like, I'm out of drinking. I'll wait till an opportune time.
You've been drinking?
No, my drinky, my coffee, Daniel.
You've been
His,
drinking
his
alcohol?
num nums. Num nums.
I've only successfully drank 10 cups of coffee today.
A little Bailey's in there?
No, I'm just trying to get these other 5 down before bedtime.
The other 5 cups of coffee before bedtime?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Don't think about
That's
it
a
too
lot
hard.
of coffee. I'm thinking about it.
I worked.
Um,
We had all of our like proficiency tests for the BT team this week come in, and oh my goodness, it has been difficult.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's not really difficult. It's more our boss. Like today, so she keeps having us do little things that don't make sense. Like she made us run a PCR for one of them when like the bacteria plate we grew was mixed. So we were like, we should try to isolate this because there's no guarantee you're going to get what you want. And she's like, it'll get both of them. It'll be fine. Well, it came back negative, and it's not allowed to be negative. So it means the bacteria we picked wasn't the one we needed. So then we had to restreak it anyway today. So we did that, and then right before we were leaving, she was like, hey, I was thinking about it. This one solution expired yesterday, and that could have been the problem, and I just got us some more. Oh, we just lost Daniel. And so I want you to get this new solution that we just got right now, redo it, and redo all the streaks again over the weekend. Because the old one could have been contaminated.
Yeah.
And we were
You
doing it. Yeah, you good, Daniel?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My Discord kept going.
Funky.
That's weird.
That happens. But yeah, it makes no sense because when they send them to us, they only give us a single swab. So I'm like, if we dipped it in the solution and we think the solution was contaminated and you take it and dip it in a clean solution, guess what? The swab's still contaminated because you already dipped it in a dirty solution. So if she thinks that's the problem, we are screwed.
Dirty little holes.
Well, and that's the stressful part because with these proficiency tests, when you're on with the BT thing, sweet, you can't get below a 100. Like a 99 and below is failing. So it's just been stressful trying to tiptoe our way around that with her. It's been great. Alrighty. Y'all ready to fight some demented wolves?
I was peeing. Hold on, yeah.
Wait, what?
He has his Discord on his phone.
Yeah. Well, no, I just have my headset on.
Oh yeah, you have a wireless headset.
Yeah, I pee with my headset on.
Ew.
I'm thinking of my next headset being wireless so that I can do that too.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, as you all draw various weapons and start to kind of put some distance, you move just a little bit, keeping your movement away from this altar in the woods with the body on it. As you start to draw, the wolves split, each taking in sort of like an outward fan going on either side of you and then moving in as the wolves do in fact act first. So the first three are going to make based on your initiative. Who's riding double?
Was not.
I figured this whole time I was walking.
Okay, so you're just leading the horses. Is anyone riding?
Maybe both of them, but I'm not sure.
I don't guess.
Well,
No.
I'll say once we got in the trees, I would assume we probably got off to make it easier.
Okay, so no one's riding. That's good, because the person riding would be the first one to get it. So for the first three attacks, two are gonna go at Oliver, and one is gonna go at JP. So let me get that. They actually don't roll that, they roll this. Alright. I have one hit on Oliver and a miss on JP. Alright. Oh, fuck me. God. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I dropped it all.
Attack of opportunity.
I can put all these cards away. I just spilled cards everywhere. I can put them away. Initiative's already been drawn. I know the order. I have one hit on Oliver as these three wolves come surging forth. And as they come, just growling and braying as they rush. Ooh, fuck. Okay. The first attack that lands on Oliver does 21 damage.
What the fuck?
As I
What?
crit twice.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What?
It was a fucking beefy one. Legally, as your GM, I can recommend when you soak. I can't tell you to soak,
Man, I have to soak or I die.
You're gonna. Yeah, this is pretty bad. You need to soak some of
Yeah,
these wounds.
yeah. I'm
Because
still
as
probably gonna
of
have to
right
like pull
now, what is
over.
your toughness?
My toughness is 7.
Okay, so
Jeez.
you're looking at 3 wounds and shaken right now.
This is a wolf?
I will
This is
explain some
one
things
wolf.
after this attack happens.
Pack tactics. Alright. So this is just a bigger check.
Yeah, it is a vigor check. The DC is 4, like all checks. For every raise you get, you lose an additional wound. So you're right now taking 3 wounds and are shaken.
Alright, let's hope it's something crazy. 6. 8.
Okay, so that is 1 raise. So you take 1 wound and are shaken. I
Ooh.
need you to make an additional vigor check.
Yeah. Let me write that down. Shaken. And vigor check. 6.
6.
14.
Okay, 14. Uh, you all watch as from the undergrowth these braying wolves come surging out. One dives at JP, but JP just does a backwards tuck and roll to move away from this thing as it lunges, snapping its jaws at it before 2 come roaring for Oliver. Oliver's able to kick one away, but as he's distracted by that, one lands on his back and bites in his shoulder. In this blur, Oliver, you're not really even thinking about what you're seeing. It's the weight on your back that makes you realize these wolves are huge. A normal wolf might come up to maybe the lower portion of your hip, just above your knee. These are coming up to your belly button. They are black, their eyes red. From their jaws, you see foam and pus as
Yep.
gore and viscera covers all of them, as it looks like they have bathed in it. These hulking black wolves launch themselves at you. As it bites down on you, you feel almost you feel like as it bites down, you can almost feel the skin where it bites seem to want to begin to corrode as its teeth dig in. But you shake that feeling off as you turn and throw that wolf away, as that is the first part of the pack's turn. The second part of the pack attacks. As these 3 surge from your right, you all are drawn to attention as the second half surges from the left. Um, this is a yeah. Now we're gonna make another attack against JP and 2 against Mr. Whitman.
Cowards. Bring it.
Uh, against JP, I have a hit with a raise. Against Mr. Whitman, I have no hits.
Nice.
JP, you take 11 damage from this attack as you turn and see 2 wolves dive at Mr. Whitman, and he deftly starts dodging back. You see him pulling out any manner of weapons to begin to fend off these creatures. A gun barrel forces one back as a knife wards the other away. And in this brief moment of you seeing one fully mount Oliver's shoulder and bite down before being thrown off and having to dodge one yourself, you are not expecting as another one runs up and tries to bite you from behind. So, what is your toughness?
5.
5, and that's 11 damage. So, you take a wound and are shaken from this.
Okay. 1.
You can soak if you would like to.
I am going to attempt the soak. That is vigor.
Yep, a vigor check. DC is 4.
I made a 5.
Okay. You are able to soak this wound. It bites down on your wrist as you are kind of leaning back on it. You see it just in time to bite down. You pull, and it rips your sleeve, but the teeth do not quite make contact with you. As it is now, I have this written down. Whitman's turn.
I'm still shaking, correct? We do a check at the
No, no,
beginning of
no.
our turn.
If you soak all of your wounds, you automatically remove the shaking
Okay,
condition.
All right.
2 wolves are on you. Two seem to be focused on all of you at the moment.
2 for each one, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, also, this is a off thing turn, but I need to make 2 rolls real quick. Spirit rolls. Actually, no. You guys can make them. I need you each to make using a D6, no extra D6. Make spirit rolls, 2 of them, please. You can pick however you
No
want to.
extra d6.
Nope, the things you're rolling for are not wild cards.
So do we just use...
Go, Harold. Run. Be safe.
I got 3 and a 5.
Okay.
Just to see, so we just roll
Well,
1d6.
no, I needed 2 from all of you, like total. So we're just gonna take what Daniel rolls.
No,
for
no,
the
no,
3
no,
of them.
don't do that. Don't do that. No, we're going.
So wait, we need to roll. Each of us rolls 2d6 and tells you
No,
which.
Yeah.
no,
Yes.
no.
Yeah. You roll
No,
awesome.
no. I need 2 rolls from you guys. Pick however you want. I need 2d6 rolls from you guys as a unit.
Oh, just we
Alright,
pick
so
who does
Austin,
it.
you will roll a 1d6.
Okay,
And
I'm
Lad, you will roll 1d6.
No,
okay.
no, Chance, you
Yeah.
roll 1d6. Austin
I'm
rolls
busy.
1d6.
I got a dog on top of me. I'm busy.
Okay, well, I'll take a 5.
Okay.
I got a 7.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you guys wanted to pass these checks, as
Oh.
your horses do not flee,
Harold.
as they
Oh.
maintain their composure and do not flee from this sudden ambush of wolves.
I hit
As
a 3.
Dang
as
this.
they rear up and lash out with their hooves ineffectually, but they do not fall back and abandon you all to the wolves. But it is now Whitman's turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna do what I do best. I'm gonna take out my sawed off
Uh-huh.
and yeah, I'm just gonna take a double-barreled shot at the one closest to me.
Okay. One of the ones that dove at you from the second wave, you level, doing both barrels.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's an extra D4, right?
Yeah, that'll be an extra.
Damage.
No, it'll be just be an extra 4 damage on the damage. But for your attack, do a normal shooting roll, but add 2 because you were using buckshot.
Shooting.
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 The skill of firing a firearm.
And you don't add.
Now you roll same thing as with any roll. The only time you ever add is with damage.
Okay, yeah. I got a 5.
Okay, a 5 is all you needed. Roll your damage, 3d6 plus 4.
Hmm. 9.
Oh, okay, hold on. I thought that honky was gone, but let me look for a second.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to change these dice.
The creature is shaken, but is
Bullshit.
not wounded. As you blast and buckshot rips through the side of this thing, you see bits of pelt fly from its gnarled, sort of black visage. And as it does, it yelps, but then turns with this sort of furious growl as pus and blood fly out of its mouth towards you, as these crazed, blood red eyes look up at you. And that will be Oliver's turn.
Oh dear. Oh my.
You are shaken. First things first.
Yep. Bigger check. 5.
Okay, 5 succeeds. A 4 would have also succeeded. Did you subtract 1 from that roll because you do have a
I
wound? No.
totally forgot. It's a 4.
Okay, that still passes, but don't forget everything you do is at minus
Yep.
1.
Yep. All right. So Shaken's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I assume, well, for descriptor's sake, I've dropped my rifle. Oh dear. Oh my.
Yeah, most likely.
I'm gonna pull out a classic move here. I'm gonna pull out my pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Free action swap.
Okay.
I'm gonna point it behind me.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fucking blast this thing.
Okay. Are you clicking it to angry mode?
It's in angry mode.
Okay, angry mode. One
Angry
shot.
mode engaged.
Remember to add +2 as it is a shotgun with a book short.
+2 -1.
+2 -1 +1 altogether.
And uh 14 to hit.
You hit with a raise, so add 4 to whatever you roll.
Add 4, so 3d6 plus
Plus
4.
4. Yep.
Okay. And this will be 14 damage.
Yeah, you smoke this thing.
Goodbye,
It
eardrums.
yeah, it comes running at you. It latches onto your back, and you just accept the ringing that is to come as you click your firing pin back, pull your trigger, and you just hear ear-shattering blast, and you feel the spray on your back as a limp form falls off. And
Roll
one.
with it, and then pull out my sword.
Yep. As this blade is drawn, it's now JP's turn.
Okay, JP. You said there's 2 on each of us.
Well, there was. Um, there's one menacing you from the front,
Yep.
and the other that just took a bite at your wrist but failed. Uh, 2 of them are sort of having a standoff with Mr. Whitman, and Oliver now just has one sort of trying to circle him as the one on his back has been dealt with.
Okay. And we're all still pretty close to each other,
Oh, you're
so
extremely close to each other.
I think
Like the wolf that attacked you on the wrist went under Harold to bite you.
okay. Sweet. Then I am going to do 2 things.
Okay.
First, I will they're close to me. So I'm gonna make sure my Colt Navy is the gun I draw or have out to shoot with. But I'm going to stun with the modifier area effect. So let me
Okay.
roll, and then I'm going to shoot at the one. I guess that just tried to go, or that just went for my wrist
Okay.
with the Colt
Ma-
Navy.
yeah. Make your stun check, and your shot. Both of them are gonna be at -2 because of the
Yes, spirit is
multi-action.
So 10 minus 2 is 8
Okay.
for the
8.
stun.
That hits with a raise, so the DC is raised to 6.
Yes. And the area of effect is a medium blast template.
Okay, so that'll hit everything. And you're doing the thing where you choose who gets hit?
Yes, so I'll make sure the 2 Mr. Whitman and Mr. Fairchild do not get hit. So in total this is going to cost me 6 points.
Okay. Are you also excluding your horses?
Oh shit.
Frick.
Oh,
I'm gonna go canonically. I didn't think about them, so I think it's only
Okay.
fair that I say
Fair
no.
enough. Okay, so first for the horses. Both horses are stunned.
Freaking
Now for the 5 wolves. First roll. Uh, the wolf that is circling Oliver freezes. The wolf that Mr. Whitman just wounded freezes. The other wolf that Mr. Whitman is fighting does not. And then the two menacing you, one freezes and one does not. So in total, 3 of the wolves are frozen by the stun. Both of your horses are frozen by the stun, but 2 are still up.
Okay. And then
Do you shoot the stunned one or the non-stunned one? Since
I'm
there
gonna.
are 2 on you.
There's no bonuses when you shoot at a stunned object, is there?
Oh yeah, no, there's a fuck ton of
Oh,
bonuses.
then I will shoot at
There's a
this.
metric fuck ton of bonuses.
Let's shoot at the stun.
I'll tell you what the bonuses are. That's the reason I was like, holy shit, he can't get multiple raises off of this. So if something is stunned, it's distracted, which means it has a -2 on all of its checks. But also you have the drop on it. Add a +4 to your attack roll, a +4 to your damage.
Damn.
I should have smited my weapon first.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So I add +4 to the attack.
Yes, and to the damage. So
Okay.
unless you crit fail, you cannot miss.
I rolled a 5, so +4 is a 9.
So you hit with a raise. Add 8 to your damage.
Add 8 to the damage. So I rolled 2d6 for the damage. Add 8.
Unless you roll snake eyes, you're good.
5 plus 8 is 13.
13. You erase the one that is stunned from existence. As this one that kind of tore at your wrist, you jerk out of the way, and as you pulse out, how are you hitting this holy button right now that sends out this wave?
You know, I didn't even think about that. One hand is just gonna I'm gonna pull Jurassic World on the one that's coming at me. The one yanked at my wrist. I pulled, the other one was coming near, put my hand out, activated it. Didn't say nothing. They all just kind of went, ugh, and then I shot the other one. I shot the one that froze.
As it freezes, you jerk back, pull the hammer back on your Colt, and loose around. Its brains splatter. And as it does, another wolf falls. 3 remain. Or I'm sorry, 4 remain. And of those 4, 2 are stunned. So it is now the wolf's turn. I'm gonna just move these 2 to, let's see if they can get out. Spirit check.
Hopefully not.
The one fighting Oliver is not released from the stun. The one fighting Mr. Whitman is. Actually, no, it's not, because no, he's not wounded. He's just shaken. So yeah, he is also released from the stun. But there are now 3 wolves that are unstunned. I'm gonna go ahead and take the one who is still unstunned near JP and make that attack.
Okay.
I have a hit on JP.
Piece of trash heathen from hell.
Yes. This is not a heavy one. 8 damage.
So my toughness is 5, so...
You're shaken.
Okay, shaken.
Just shaken, no wound.
Gotcha.
You can soak it if you wish.
If it's the beginning of your turn and you try to be unshaken, is that an action?
No, you have to. When it happens immediately at the beginning of your turn, and if you fail, you pretty much skip your turn. You can move. That's about it. And if you pass, you can act as normal.
I will risk it.
Okay. As this wolf launches at you and bites down, snapping at you with its jaws as it does, just foul odor hits your nostrils as you smell rot and decay as this gangrel creature tries to bite you. Then the 2, well, one first and foremost has to make a vigor check, see if it can shake its shaking condition that Mr. Whitman gave it. What is its vigor? That's its vigor. That's a 9 on the die, so yes, it does shake it. So 2 attacks at Mr. Whitman. 1 hit. 2 hits. 2 hits on Mr. Whitman. The first 16 damage on the first hit. What is your toughness?
It is yeah, 6 plus 1.
6 plus 1. I didn't check to see if they have AP. They do not have AP. So 7 is your effective toughness. So you have 1 wound and are shaken from that.
Okay.
You gonna soak this one?
I think I will not.
Okay. I need a vigor check.
Yeah, I think that'd be alright. Vigor. There's. I got a 5.
Okay. With a 5, you are fine. The second attack. The second attack does 11 damage. So if you're at 7, that's another wound and shaken. Well, actually, you're already shaken, so that's 2 wounds.
Yeah, I'm soaking this one.
Okay.
And what is that roll?
Just a
Vigor
vigor
again?
roll. Yeah, just a vigor roll, and remember to make this at -1 because you have a wound.
All right, 5 then.
Okay. You soak one of the wounds, but you take an additional one. So you now at 2 wounds. I need another vigor check, -2.
Okay. What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh, you're not getting me today, Mr. Krabs. That's a 15.
Yeah. You are fine.
Could have got that
Um,
last time. God damn it.
as the 2 wolves you're facing off with jump on you, and you two watch as they fully like bring Mr. Whitman down to his knees as one just sort of like drags at his wrist, mostly getting shirt, pulling him forward, but as he does, the other goes around and clamps down hard on his calf and brings him to one knee and starts to shake. As you feel this thing sink its teeth into you, you feel your veins start to burn around where it bit. But you feel like this sort of deep deep wrongness coming from this thing's mouth, but you're able to stave it off as you start having darker thoughts as it bites down, but you shake your head and ignore them. As it is now back to Mr. Whitman's turn.
Get him.
You are
Get 'em.
shaken. I need a bigger roll at -2.
Yeah. -2, 8.
Okay. You pass. You are not shaken anymore.
All right. You can only shoot once, so I'm just gonna. Oh wait. Oh fuck.
I mean, you can shoot multiple times. You'll just take.
I drop. I holster the sawed off. And I unsling with a quick holster my Colt Army
Okay.
and pistols. I'm gonna do 2 shots.
Okay. So you're taking 2 shots, -4 on both of them.
Okay. Taking 1 shot.
-2 on 1 shot.
How much damage for that?
Getting hurt has fucking diminishing returns in this system if you haven't figured it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one shot. Actually, no, fuck that.
Fuck that.
No pitch.
Pull
Two
out a
shots.
grenade.
2 shots, -4 on each.
Two
Let it
shots.
ride.
There you go.
Let it
rip.
ride.
First one missed.
First one, man. No.
All right, this one is 8, 12.
Damn, you rolled a 16? Or yeah, you rolled a 16?
Um,
Or is it a 12 and then -4 and 8?
what? Oh, no, I wrote 8 plus 10.
You rolled a 10. Okay, 10.
Yeah, 10.
Okay. So you still hit. That is still a hit. I'm sorry. Did you roll a 10 with your -4 modifier?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a hit with a raise. Do your damage +4. All right, remember also anytime you guys get a raise, I'm gonna automatically say, and then you get +4 damage. You
Mhm.
can do something else with a raise if you want to. If you want to say, I want to make this a called shot, I want to do something, you want to get creative with it, a raise is your license to get creative.
Okay.
Oh, I've considered it.
Does that have game effects?
I mean, it can. It depends on how you want to do it. Like it, if you want to do something and you got a raise, tell me what you're doing, and I'll find a way for it to have a game effect to reflect the raise.
All right, so I got this big fucking dog on me.
Mm-hmm.
Soul-sized mutt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my raise instead of a +4, or yeah, instead of +4. I'm gonna do like a kind of a cold shot and shove the pistol into the dog's mouth and pull
Okay.
the trigger.
Okay.
And but for damage, 7.
Okay. 7, yes, but actually an 11 because mechanically a called shot to the head is +4 damage. In that particular
Oh,
case, the called shot just makes it a crit all the same. But hey, um, but with 11 damage, that is enough to dispatch it.
oh, nice! I blow its brains out.
Yeah. You shove the one that is not clamped down on your calf and pulling at your shotgun arm. You just kind of let the shotgun fall loose as you draw left-handed and just shove, like, scraping your arm just a little bit as you feel the barrel just slide past into its mouth, and you hear a crack as its head flies off, and you pull it free, and you see one tooth still remains just barely stuck into your skin as you pull away from its mouth. As there are now only 3 wolves still up, it is now Oliver's turn.
I am going to.
Rage.
I rage. Bonus action
Excellent.
rage.
Yeah.
Reckless attack.
Yeah. That's like an option, bro. I don't know if you've ever explored things you can do in Savage Worlds, but you can attack wild.
I can.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about that in 1 second.
Uh-huh.
So I plan on doing 2 attacks with both with my sword.
Mhm.
One to the stunned one that was circling me,
Mhm.
uh, and then the second one to the other one that is getting at Mr. Johnny's women.
Cool.
And that second one might be reckless.
Okay. This is one of those things about reckless though. If you're gonna declare wild attacks, better to just say it and make all the attacks wild.
Sure, they're all
Because you're
wild.
you're getting the bonus regardless, and you're getting the drawback regardless. So you might as well make all your attacks that way.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a pretty reckless kind of moment.
Uh huh. Okay.
Yep.
So you are attacking wild. A wild attack, you get +2 on your fighting, +2 to your damage, but you are vulnerable until the end of your next turn, or until the end of your next turn.
What
And
are they gonna
vulnerable
do?
means
Bite
any
me?
action taken against you gets a +2.
What are they gonna do? Bite me?
Mhm. That's their plan.
All right. So for the stunned one,
So your total, hold on, you're at -1 from a wound,
-1. Yep.
minus yeah, -2 from a double action, plus
Yep.
2 from wild attack, so -1.
So -1. All
Yep.
right. With all that said and done, An 8.
An 8 is a hit with a raise.
Cool.
You are a sword.
You are a sword. I don't really see anything for a raise, so I think I'll take the damage. I'll take the 4.
Okay. +4.
And longsword damage. This. Oh. All right, that is 21 damage.
Yeah. It's
No
gone.
hit.
Yeah, no. This poor, well, not even poor, this
It's
gnarled, snarling beast that's just kind of seizing up a little as a sight you become very familiar with that you now attribute to witchcraft. It has no defense, makes no effort to dodge as you take your blade in both hands and cleanly cleave its head off. And then you dash for Mr. Whitman. I'm going to go and tell you the way you guys were walking, kind of in a line, and you were at the front, Whitman at the back. If you dash for Whitman, the wolf that is attacking JP is going to get an opportunity attack.
That's fine. We're being
That's fine.
reckless. We're
Okay.
wild in the moment, and my boy needs help.
Okay.
Hello?
Bubba.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
We're fighting wolves.
What up?
Hello?
hello?
How's it going?
I mean, I think they're
Uh,
doing all
we'll win.
right.
Let
How
me tell
y'all
you in like
doing?
30 minutes.
We ain't scared.
The free attack does hit.
All right.
The free attack hits for 13 damage.
All right. We'll have to soak that one.
Mm-hmm. You're 7, right?
Yeah, 6 plus 1.
Okay, so 13, 7. Yeah, so you are taking a wound and are shaken from this one.
Yeah, I got to soak that.
Yep, -1 to this figure check.
-1.
I'm so sorry. That's not true. You're vulnerable. So he actually hit with a raise, so he does 17 damage to you.
Okay. I got a
So-
9.
Okay, well that's good. You took 2 wounds and are shaken. However, they're gone. You got it. You soaked it.
I'm in there.
As Yeah, as it runs, you run past it. The one snarling at JP snaps back at you, and it gets your foot in its mouth. Your boot protects you, but it almost slings you to the ground, but you're able to just pull free with your sort of reckless stride as you're running full bore at this one fighting Mr. Whitman. Make your attack.
All right. Choking up on the bat. That is another 8 to hit.
Another 8 to hit. Another hit with a raise.
Mhm.
Well, actually, nah, hold on. Let me check. Because you are targeting their parry now and no longer. Okay, that is not a. I may have misspoken, but you would have killed the first one anyway. But that is not a raise because their parry is higher than a 4.
Okay.
But you still hit.
Okay. Rolling damage. That is. Roll this again. That's spicy. 20 damage.
Yeah,
Rolled a 5 and then rolled an 8. Rerolled the 8 to a 7.
straight to hell. However, you would like to dispatch both these wolves in stride.
I think this shook old Ollie up a little bit. And so blowing the first one's head off, splattering him in gore, and he just drops the pistol.
Mm-hmm.
And he just snarling, gritting teeth, grabs his sword, hacks the first one in two, and just like snaps his head, sees one of the boys on the ground, and just dashes that way, gets tackled, rolls out of it, and just as a lunging thrust, and just skewers the damn thing, kind of like almost tackles it off of Mr. Whitman.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yes.
With a Bulatov stride, you see both hands, a blade plunge clean through. it is hit with so much force that the hilt punches into the wolf as Oliver just spears this thing off of you, as both him and its body go careening in the other direction. It is now JP's turn. The final wolf is eye to eye with you.
All right.
No, not yours. JP.
JP.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah,
other
yeah, yeah, yeah.
John.
The other John.
I got excited. Sorry.
I know. I got all of
Ah,
them.
that was hardcore like Henry.
Alrighty. So first, I'm gonna do two things.
Do two
So
things.
I'm gonna take them on it. I'm gonna do elemental manipulation attack.
Okay. It's new. It's shiny.
It's new. It's shiny.
It's
We're
gonna
doing-
cost 1 point. I'm gonna so it's gonna be cast or use their activation to do an attack roll. I'm gonna shoot this thing with fire, I guess, because the other elements I don't think make sense to attack it in this setting. So I'm gonna shoot.
You would be a horrible earthbender.
Well, I thought about picking up a rock and like basically doing catapult, but
Disgust me. Carry on.
I want to add the modifier lingering damage. It says target is hit by fire, intense cold, acid, non-insect, or some other trapping that continues to cause damage after the initial attack. On the victim's next turn, he'll suffer the power's base damage -1 die type. It's
Okay.
2d4, but it says if
So
it's
he'll take
already
a D4 damage.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Let me go back to element. So I can. I just use the activation as the attack roll.
Yeah. Activation is your attack roll.
And then after
So-
this, I'm going to just shoot him in the face.
Okay. So -2 on both things.
Yep, and I'm going to use the wild die on the elemental manipulation.
Okay.
Mm, 11 -2 is 9.
9. Okay. Elemental hits and with a raise.
So with a raise, it says just do 3d4.
Okay. So up it to 3d4.
Alright, 1 second. Let me pull out another freaking d4. I only ever need 2 of these things.
I also don't know the rule for the lingering damage, but I'm gonna say since you got a raise, its first turn lingering damage will be 2d4 instead of 1d4.
It doesn't say anything, so if you
I know it
you can do
doesn't,
that,
but it's
or
like it's saying like, oh, it's 1d4 off the base damage. Well, your base damage this attack was 3d4, so it makes sense to me that the lingering should be 2d4 for the first
Oh,
turn,
gotcha.
then reduce to
Okay.
1d4.
okay, let me roll these. Those again. Okay, so 4, 3 is 11 plus these ones. So I made 16 damage total, fire
Okay.
style.
You kill the last wolf.
Burn in hell.
This is the most objectively magic that we have ever seen JP do.
And I do not hide it. I am upset that these things. I saw Mr. Whitman go down. I saw Fairchild go after him, and he was able to save him, but then he took damage again. So especially from the wolf that was fighting me, so I got mad. I just put a hand out, and you just see fire shoot straight out of my hand.
Okay.
As I say, "Burn in hell, you demon spawn."
Do I see this? Do I finally see this?
I really don't think we can avoid this one. I think you see him invoke hell upon this creature, and then literal castigating flames shoot from his hand.
Combat's over.
Combat is over.
I scream out, "The demon has possessed JP! Oliver!"
Take a moment.
Take a moment. Take a knee.
Coming down here.
Take a knee. Take a knee.
Everybody take a knee.
Kind of shake my head. What? No. He's been able to do magic. He's a witch. Here, JP, can you tend to his wounds? And I'm gonna go
Let me
start
see if I
cleaning
have
my
enough
sword
coins to
off
tend to his
and
wounds.
investigate the table.
That's almost 3. Yeah, I got some points left. I can tend to some wounds.
All right. You gonna juice it? I assume Mr. Whitman, who was hurt the most, is getting the first juicing.
Yeah. As this dog is burning, I start quoting various scriptures of um Revelations chapter 9,
Revelations.
starting in verse 18. Actually, we're going to start a little above that. We're going to start in verse 16. You just hear me go, the number of mounted troops was twice 10,000 times 10,000. I heard their number, and this is how I saw the horses in my vision, and those who rode them. They wore breastplates the color of fire and sapphire and of sulfur, and of the heads of the horses were like lions' heads, and fire and smoke and sulfur came from their mouths. By these three plagues, a third of mankind was killed by the fire and smoke and sulfur coming out of their mouths. But today it's you who dies from fire and smoke. And then I look over at Mr. Whitman. I go, "Oh yeah, come here. Let me
Wait, are
heal
you
you."
healing me? What is going on?
No, that was me reciting that wolf's hell.
Oh, okay.
And then I walk over and
That's just Whitman getting healed right now.
no. I was speaking to the burning corpse of the wolf because again, I was enraged on how it attacked you.
Yeah, no.
But no, then I look at Mr. Whitman and I just kind of put my hand on him. You see my hand glow a little bit, and then I will cast healing. Feel better, my friend.
We could have used this a long time ago,
I
Give the man a chip.
Mr. Whitman, I've been doing this the entire time you've known me.
I have never seen you do this kind of magic.
Wizard shit.
This has been a busy week.
Trust me, I know you haven't noticed me. I have tried so hard.
What's the healing roll?
Let me give you that. Yeah. That's a 7.
A 7 does not get you the raise, so Mr. Whitman, you are availed of 1 wound.
Hey.
That leaves you with 1 wound left.
I guess I can wait till later to heal him again. I don't think I could cast it a second time right off the bat.
JP,
Yeah, that being said, if you wait till later, it's gonna cost 10 points.
Am I allowed to just cast it again on him? I have the points to. I can just cast it again.
Yeah, no, there's no reason that you can't.
Okay.
I don't think there's any wording in healing.
Points, so why
Yeah,
not?
it drains resources.
Okay, 3 more points it is.
Now, if you failed right now, that'd be funny.
Well, I didn't crit fail, but I failed that one, so that's a waste of 3 points.
So that's pretty funny.
I got 8 left, so we're gonna go 3 more points.
My man.
5.
My man. That was a 5?
Yep.
It takes a little rubbing on this one.
Takes a little ribbon.
He's really gonna charge this one up, but you watch as the wounds on your wrist that are they still kind of drip with that black ichor that was kind of like coming out of the wolf's mouth and the pus, but you feel like a kind of intense burning as you watch, like, you start to bleed more, and you're watching actually your body like purging some of what the wolves may have pumped into you when they bit, until eventually your wounds start to scab over as you are relieved of your wounds.
JP.
Hmm?
That magic of yours.
It's not
Can you
magic.
heal-
It's the
can you
power
heal
of
the
God.
dying?
Can I heal the dying?
Yeah. If I was hurt, can you heal like dying?
Depends on the dying. If you're talking about injury and wounds, all day long. Diseases get difficult.
All right. Well, thank you for patching me up, I reckon.
You're welcome. And it's not magic, it's the power of God as I hold up my Bible.
Which
Which
Ain't been burned yet, you
Which?
Gentiles.
I'll show you, Gentile.
It's okay, JP's technically one too, so it's not like that's real slander. I can say it because I am.
But anyway, JP and Mr. Whitman tend to each other. What's the wound count for everybody now? Ollie has 1 wound.
Yeah.
JP is unwounded.
Yep. I'm actually gonna heal Ollie's other wound. I have 5 points. You better hope I pass this.
You better hope I don't have another encounter.
I mean, I'm off to the table.
What'd you say, Chance?
I'm off to the table. I'm inspecting.
I'm gonna walk over and just like pat you on the back and do it all nonchalantly and got another 5.
That is a heal. As your wound on your shoulder starts to knit,
We
and
have
the same thing where you feel like toxins leaving your body.
we got 2
Once
points left, boys.
Once I feel that and realize, is JB turn around and push him away. Don't touch me right now.
My bad. So we're at the table now.
Yeah. What are you guys looking at? What are you looking for?
Is this guy like super dead?
No healing check needed. Yes, he is dead.
Okay.
He appears to have been dead probably for a day or so.
Which means someone had to tie him down here.
Mm-hmm. I guess, could we do a survival check to look for tracks?
Yeah, anyone examining the body can give me a healing check, and anyone looking for like some sort of trail can give me a survival check.
I'll be looking for a trail.
I'll look at the body. I'll use my healing check.
Can I roll like an occult check?
Sure, certainly.
Kind of guess what's going on around here?
This is very culty.
This is just what they do.
I rolled a 5 on the healing check.
Okay.
Freaking 5s, dude. I just rolled 3 of them in a
I
row.
mean, the 5 is gonna pass. Survival check and occult check.
I got a 7 with the occult check.
Okay. Survival.
Is Mr. Whitman
are you
doing that
muted?
one? Maybe he's just rolling really good.
Daniel. Yeah, no, he's on
62.
roll number 7, right? That'll be an 86.
Actually, I think I just heard a door close. Is that a door?
That's what it sounded like.
Daniel.
He done did fell to sleep.
He done did fall asleep. It has happened.
All right, what's up?
What was your survival check?
5.
Okay. So first and foremost, the survival check. You see a lot of footprints here, but most of them are canine in nature. You are not finding any discernible tracks from a human person, but you see the prints of these wolves, presumably, all over this place, which leads into the second portion of this, which is the medicine check. Austin, on JP's medical check, the thing that immediately comes to mind, or that comes to your head, a few things. First, upon looking at this man, the most obvious thing that pops out to you, other than the signs of him being eaten upon by wolves and tore apart, you see that his windpipe has not been torn out, but removed.
Ooh. Okay. So I can
His
tell
wind,
there's a precision to it.
yes, the way the cuts go down in almost a perfect vertical fashion, it looks like his windpipe was removed with care.
Okay.
You see you take note that his body has been torn at by these wolves. It looks as if, from what you can tell in the time period, based on the wound to his neck, um, it looks like he was put on this table and tore at by wolves, but he was already mostly like he was likely dead when it happened. It looks like this was less of like a torture or a ritual, at least at this point, and more like he was disposed of here to a degree.
Okay.
You also take note that his wounds, they seem fouler than they should be for the age of the body.
Oh,
which
almost like he's
turns
decaying
into
quicker.
the occult check. Occult check. You did well enough on the occult check. A few things that pop out to you. One, this body, just as you and JP are kind of conferring amongst yourselves, talking, uh, this body has been fouled in some way. The body is decayed inside much faster than it has on the outside. It's almost as if it's been corrupted somehow. And with your occult check, looking back at the wolves, you're not certain, but you have a theory that the reason the wolves seem bigger, stronger, more ravenous, with this sort of like air of menace about them, it may not be because that's what they are. It may be because they have been eating things like this.
They've basically been fed.
They are being fed some sort of corrupted flesh that has changed them. And the other thing you take from this occult check, the way this is set up, you get the same impression that JP did, that this is a feeding area. Which two things come to mind. They are being fed on purpose, and if they're being fed this on purpose, the corruption of these wolves must also be purposeful. And two, you see the windpipe removal, and your sense of like magical workings, like fell magic, immediately starts to ring. These precision removal of a body part that seems to have no like real significance to anything else, like knuckle bones, a windpipe, something like that, something that has no real use for someone else, almost always has a significance in magic.
You
So,
got a fucking hag.
and you're like, if you had to put like Sherlock this, you can't say for sure because you only rolled a 7. Someone is removing the windpipes for some reason, and then using all parts of the animal is then feeding the bodies in this weird corrupted state to transform wolves into monsters.
Right on.
So that's what you all get. Any follow-up questions to that?
No.
I
No.
am gonna start to burn, like break down the table and burn this fucking body.
Okay. No check required. It will take time. What about the wolves? Are you leaving them, or are you also burning them?
Hurting?
Yeah, I thought we burn these. Burn these. Yep.
You see the significance of burning them in that the vicious cycle kind of thing. If
Mm-hmm.
corrupted flesh turned the wolves into those, if something else were to eat the wolves,
Oh,
the cycle expands outward.
Mm-hmm.
so
And the
we'll,
last thing you need are like fell ravens that can fucking do whatever the fuck that happens. So yeah, I think
Oh, Raven.
I don't know.
Sky.
So something I made up just now. As you all pull these bodies together and start to burn them. Um,
I'll take a
all right,
tooth from each
yeah,
canine.
yeah. You acquire a few of these teeth. They are yellowed and mottled. Some of them are broken. A lot of them seem corroded, but strong nonetheless.
I take the
As
damn tooth out of my arm.
you extract a tooth from your arm. Ow. You do that. I would like specifically Oliver, because you've been looking at it. I would like you to give me a notice check.
Hmm. 11.
Okay. With a raise. Um, you're looking around, like, sort of as the boys are like working up the fire. Once the bodies are piled, starting the fire is no longer a 3-man job. You're sort of like walking around taking stock of the area. And sort of off to the side you see those bone chimed, like, sort of totems hanging from the tree again that you've been seeing everywhere. Uh, but the curious thing that you see is in the tree, carved into that is a more runic sort of sigil. Uh, it almost seems Celtic in nature, very like ovular sweeping patterns on it, and it has been scratched out and the bone charm placed over top of it.
Hmm. Would I know if one of those two would be like worse aligned or like malintentioned?
You can give me an occult check if you would like.
I suppose I will. And God, I can never fucking read. Hey, that's a 4.
Okay.
7.
7. Okay. 7 passes. Um you see two conflicting types of magic. That's the thing that really stands out to you the most. Um you see like sort of a more shamanistic druidic magic in the carvings. And then you see a very like shamanistic and animism sort of thing in the bones. Um the way they are practiced, like the end result is not dissimilar, but the practice is different. And just the way they are made, you can see that these two runes seem to be opposing each other. And even to that degree, you don't know their purpose, you don't know what they do, but calling them runes seems incorrect. You would better refer to both of them as wards. And
Hmm.
it seems like in this particular place, the bone ward seems to have overpowered the wood carving.
Okay. So then probably not a good thing. There's a bunch of all these things around.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You've seen a number of them as you've moved further into the woods. In the like past 3 miles, maybe 4 that you've walked, you've seen about 7. You can't really remember seeing any of the wood carving, but you also weren't looking for them back then.
Okay. I'll I'll just tear down the the hanging bone
Okay.
bit, throw it down and come back to the boys.
Mhm. You all reconvene at the pyre you've made of bodies.
All right. Someone's out here with us. We keep moving.
That's the only thing we can do.
You agree?
All right.
What time of day is it?
At this point, you all moved past morning. It's probably noon.
Probably noon.
It's not late in the day.
Okay. And this is after like we started the fire and everything.
Hmm.
Okay. Uh, all right. Well, let's keep moving. And if you see any of those hanging bones, go ahead and take them down. They might be what caused all of this.
What, like leading it to us?
What was
Like
that?
like those things we led right into like a trap? I ain't too
Mm-hmm.
sure about all this witchcraft.
I wouldn't say a trap, but
You think there's something
whatever.
else making these?
I think someone is. That man didn't tie himself up. Those wolves didn't get that way by themselves. Someone twisted them,
Uh,
and they're out here.
We want to get on horseback.
2 horses.
Give us out faster,
That's true.
at least from this area until night.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's move.
All right. You guys mount up and start moving through the area. As you do move, I need a notice check from everybody.
Oh yeah. I'm looking for. No, I guess I'd be focused on actually the survival of moving
Your boy.
through. And I
Actually,
got 5.
because to be able to gain back points, I can't do anything. So I have to just kind of sit there.
Okay.
I got
So,
10.
Mr. Whitman? Or
Oh,
are you focused on tracking and you're also going to exclude yourself from this check?
um. Yeah, I guess I exclude because
Okay.
I'd be focused on that.
Um, so, Oliver, you're starting to see a more interesting picture play out. As you progress through the woods, you see more bone totems as you go, but you also see more of the wood carvings. In some places, they are both there, unmoved. In some places, you see the carvings scratched out. In other places, you see the carvings and then the bones fallen from the trees. As you're seeing sort of this interplay between two magics where there's a push and pull, a give and a take, you're not sure what's at play here, but you know there are two parties and that the two parties are actively opposing each other.
Hmm. That's unsettling.
That's
Oh.
what you say. Um, I need a survival check from Mr. Whitman to kind of carry over for the next 2 hours ish.
All right.
And for the next 2 hours, go ahead and you give yourself 10 points back, JP.
Alrighty, 10.
I got a 7.
7. A 7's good enough. You're able to move through this place. You're keeping an eye out now. You're alert. Your ears are pricked forward, and it's funny that I said ears pricked forward, but you're deaf, so your eyes are pricked forward. As you move through, and you're able to avoid any places you think might seem dangerous as you just sort of push along. And as you go over a ridge, you see smoke about half a mile to your east floating up in the air that seems like a chimney, maybe.
Uh, this gonna be fucking Hansel and Gretel. We're gonna get eaten by a giant chicken.
What the fuck did you just say? You
Hansel
just
and Gretel
combined
got
so
eaten by a giant chicken. It is known.
by a giant chicken. The
That's how Mammy used to tell it.
the it's a what do they fucking call it? Cockatrice?
Yes.
Yeah.
It you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
The house that's a chicken.
The Baba
Yes,
Yaga's
Baba
hut?
Yaga
Yeah,
house.
Baba Hagas. We're gonna get eaten by that. I pointed out stealthily, like the not too loud. Seems to be a smokestack up ahead, almost like a house or some kind of hard structure.
Wow.
Now,
Am I
my
gonna go knocking?
grandmother used to talk about these kind of things. when the craziness started happening. Witches' huts. JP, this might be one of your family members, eh? And I start walking towards it.
Uh,
Guess we're doing this.
I guess so.
Are you guys approaching this stealthily, or are you just walking up?
Oh yeah, stealthily. I'm letting
Oh,
So are we?
Oliver
I thought we were just
walk
fucking
up.
going.
Are we?
No, I'm letting Oliver take the lead. I
If
slow
we're
down
gonna
a little
try to
bit.
be stealthy with it, are we going to drop the horses? Like walk,
No.
get off the horses and walk?
According to the brave captain, I'm to go knock on the door. You two stay out in the woods. Stay out
I'm
of sight.
I'm gonna be wielding my sawn-off Winchester. I got your back. And as he, oh no, I guess I won't do that. Maybe. Nope, I won't do it yet.
All right. Well,
Be free, my little butterfly.
thank you for volunteering me.
Oh,
Load a shell into my mat, bolster it. Here goes nothing. And I walk up
all right.
to the hut.
All right, you guys take the half-mile trek towards the hut. Anyone who is stealthy, roll the stealths.
If you don't have it as a skill, it's a -2, right?
Yes, it's a D4 -2.
Okay.
I was gonna stay back.
Uh-huh.
I think we still have to stealth close to it though, don't we?
I mean, to get within eyesight, it involves a certain amount of stealth.
Yeah, that's kind of
Okay.
what I was thinking. Thank goodness.
If you're hanging back, this will change the DC. But just tell me how far you're hanging back.
Well, so assuming that there's a little bit of an open area, I would stop at the last cover and concealment.
Like the tree line. I was gonna stay within the tree line, but in a spot where I could at least watch.
However, I don't see some branches and whatnot. And I'm just crackling and whatnot. I'm a big guy, you know. I'm
Yeah.
older.
So you fucked this stealth check.
I was gonna say
I
you
got-
rolled a
I
one.
got a
didn't you?
one.
You got a 1?
Yeah. Mine
Okay.
with I got a 3 -2 though.
Okay.
I rolled a 4.
Cool. You got a why are you minusing 2? Oh, you're not proficient in stealth. Yep. Okay. Cool. Oliver,
I hear them.
on the approach, you are extraordinarily aware of the sounds behind you. You've determined at this point it may be impossible for Mr. Whitman to move quietly given the amount of stuff he has in his pack.
I believe that.
He
Mm-hmm.
jangles as he walks. JP, he's being quiet, but he doesn't really seem like he has that much experience in woodsmanship. So maybe if you were sneaking in a flat area of grass, he would be relatively quiet, but he keeps stepping on sticks. He keeps rustling leaves when he shouldn't. You're not confident in the stealth of your allies as you approach this place.
Kind of roll my eyes to myself.
Um,
What is this house like? Like,
as you approach, I
I
need a
assume it's
notice
better
check.
than the demon ones.
Yeah, I need a notice check as you approach.
Okay. Oh shit. Alrighty. That is a 9.
9. As you approach, you crest a hill and see this house finally. Is very much a cottage with sort of like a thatched roof with a little bit of like moss growing atop of it. Well put together wood um structure, and with a raise, I will say as you approach, um you notice on the trees around this place, you see those Celtic symbols all around it.
Okay.
Um, and as you approach, you see a man outside, roughly in his 40s, probably early 40s, late 30s. He's got on a sort of white shirt with suspenders and a black pants. He's got kind of a curled up mustache. And he's got his sleeves rolled up and he's chopping wood on a block as you approach. You're not attempting to be stealthy though.
No. Walking on up.
Okay. Um, you start making your your approach, and
Like
as you
call out,
do,
eventually.
yeah, yeah. As you call out, he turns and sees you. And as you're sort of approaching, you see like you kind of get near some of these trees that kind of ring his house with these ruins. Now, why don't you hold it right there, son? Let's just keep it on the other side of the tree line. How can I help you?
Well, me and my partner's back there. We're just looking for a place to sleep tonight. Coming across the mountains. Don't want no trouble.
The thing about that is, son, I don't reckon I've seen many folks across the mountains much anymore, and the ones I do are almost always looking for trouble.
All right. Well, what can I do to prove it for you?
He just kind of like sets his teeth for a minute and looks around a little bit at the sort of tree line around his house. All right. He just kind of like holds up his hand, reaches behind his back slowly, pulls out a pistol, and puts it on a stump in front of him. Tell you what, son. If you can walk past that tree line to me, we can talk.
What?
Shit. All right. All right. Kind of hold my hands up, like not reaching
Hmm.
for a gun or anything.
Hmm.
All right. Well, if it means anything, we dealt with some wolves. I don't think you and your neighbor are all kindly like. And I'll start to slowly walk.
I suppose that is to your credit if it is true. But that being
Kind of,
said, if it isn't true, I shouldn't have to worry about it much longer.
kind of hold up one of the teeth that's all yellowed and blighted.
Mhm. All right. If you've got no ill intentions, I'm sure you'll make it across the road just fine.
Grit my teeth and start walking.
Hmm. Okay. You walk, you step, you get to that tree line. I need a spirit check.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, indubitably.
Got a 5. Should I re-roll this? I only have one left, so if this thing goes south, then I got a 5.
Okay. As you get a 5, you step over, or you step your foot into this tree line. And as your foot crosses the threshold, you start to feel hot. As it feels like there's something like deep in your blood, deep in your body, that is warning you, trying to stop your feet from walking forward. And you cannot cross this threshold. And he kind of just sits there, twists his mouth. Uh huh. That's what I thought. Did she send you? Because if she did, this is a poor attempt.
No. Kind of step back. Kind of like roll my shoulder. No, no one sent us. Like
Mm.
I said, we're passing through and, well, our roof seems mighty nice right now.
All right. Fun then. Tell you what, I'll make the same offer to your two compadres over there, and if either one of them can cross, we can talk. But I have a strong suspicion that none of you can, and we don't have much more to say to each other.
Well, let's see if one of us can. Kind of just like whistle and raise a hand and snap my fingers up. Come on.
I get out. I see that there's a
And
man there. Hey there, sir. Mr. John H. Richmond to you.
Hold out an arm for him to like keep walking. JP, you walk over first.
okay. I just start walking.
Yep. You reach that same tree line. You walk past it.
How far am I supposed to be walking?
Kind of
He
look at
just
the man.
he just kind of smiles. All right, son, you can come stand over here with me.
All
And he
right.
looks to Mr. Whitman. I don't reckon I can call you son, so why don't you just try to come on in, friend?
Alright. I don't know what all this doohickey is.
Spirit check.
We just been traveling here all tired and whatnot. And I got 2 1s. And I've just been traveling here.
You got 2 1s.
I'm gonna re-roll this.
Actually, I
Oh, I
think you can
can't.
save your. Yeah. Yeah.
I can't, can I?
It doesn't matter if you crit fail, you crit fail.
Crit fail, you crit fail. As Mr. Whitman sticks his foot towards the circle, your foot catches on fire.
Oh, tarnish! What the hell?
Um, I'll do damage for this. I think you'll be okay, but we'll do damage for it.
Crit
You didn't
damage,
fully
crit.
cross the line. There are no crits. That is 6 damage. It's not AP, so I don't think you're even shaken from this, but you quickly stamp out your foot, and he kind of like looks at that one.
I will do the same.
All right, well, I'm gonna be honest, that's a bit of a reaction that I wasn't expecting, and this is an interesting situation because normally anyone that can cross that boundary travels with others who can cross that boundary, but now I look at your friend here, and he looks and smiles at you, JP. Who crossed over just fine. A good son tells me he's probably a well-intentioned fella. And then I see you two, one of you who can't cross. I've seen that plenty of times. One of you who almost caught on fire by attempting to cross. So, I don't know what I don't know. Um, I'll ask again, did she send you? And he looks to JP. I would listen very carefully to what they have to say, son. I don't know how long you've been traveling with these folks, but I don't know if you need to be.
Who's she?
She, well, I suppose I don't rightly know her name. So, well,
The one leaving the bone totems all over the place.
he kind of points a finger. That one.
I'm assuming the one responsible for the man tied in the woods.
And the wolves.
Ah,
Yeah,
the hellspawn.
that would be her. Yeah, I think you got the picture if you know about all those things. She's been around for a while, longer than I have been. And since I got here, I've been trying to do my part, but I think she's had more time to practice than I have.
Let's see.
And then he kind of snaps his head back to you two, and that still does not answer your affiliation with her.
Now, sir, we've been traveling together for a while now.
JP nods.
We fought many a monster, many a foe. And I can tell you right now, I've never seen this woman, the she you're talking of. And I don't know why this thing just lit me on fire and what kind of trap you got going on here. I told you my name as soon as I walked up. Trustworthy man. I don't know what I can do to prove that to you.
All right. He turns and looks at you, JP. You've been traveling with them for a while now.
We have, sir. And if any more
Fuck.
consolation, they helped. They killed the majority of the wolves between the two of them, and before that, we disposed of a demon, and they saved me from a porcupine boar monster in in some dead woods.
Yes.
We got that
Yes.
thing's head.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Oh no, I didn't bring. I don't know if we walked
you
the
don't have the
horses up.
horses.
Yeah, no.
No.
And we do
Oh,
have the head
fuck.
of that
Okay.
monster to prove it.
I need you to give me a persuasion check.
Oh crap.
You re-roll this if you have to.
Oh wait, no. Okay, that's one of the normal skills. I was gonna say I don't have that skill. Oh crap. We have the stealth skill. We all have the basic stealth skill too. We done. That's
Oh, that
okay.
is true. I didn't even think about that.
Alrighty, persuasion. I got a 6.
All right. Get a roll for him. Hold on. All right. He looks back at you two. Let's say I believe your friend that you've been traveling together and that you've done all this. How long have you been traveling together? He turns back to JP. And how far away?
Man, what is the total time that they've all been together? You
Uh,
said
about 3 weeks if you count the trip from Memphis.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, that's kind of what I was about to ask. Yeah, about 3 weeks. And then what was his other question? He asked how long we had been traveling
And
and
how
what?
far?
Oh my
And from
goodness.
like how far?
Since Harrison. We've been traveling together.
Since
Well,
you've
since
been together
Memphis.
since
Yeah.
Memphis, yeah.
Yeah. We first met in Memphis about 3 weeks ago.
All right. Let's say I ignore the reason you can't walk past that boundary and believe that you're from somewhere else. You understand I can't really be taking can't be taking anyone in that can't even walk in here. I suppose your friend here is welcome to stay if that may be the case, but unless you two can manage to find a way in here of your own accord, there's nothing I can do for you.
Own accord.
Would it be okay if
That's it.
uh we set a camp at the line? Would you permit them to be on the other side of it if they can't cross?
They're no danger to me outside the line. They can camp there, they can camp 1,000 miles away, the result's the same. As long as they're on the other side of it, it doesn't bother me none.
That's all we're looking for, sir. I mean, honestly, this side of the woods seems better than, well, your neighbors.
I suppose that is true. Um, he just kind of like dusts his hands off on his shirt, holds out a hand to you, JP. Henry Todd. Nice to meet you.
I shake his hand. John Peters, but you can call me JP.
JP.
And can you spell his name
Oh,
for me? What was his name?
Henry Todd.
Oh, that's
Henry
easy.
Todd.
T-O-D-D.
He
Ladies call
turns.
me Bob Tob.
Keep a
He
man in the woods.
he turns to you two. All right. I don't suppose there'll be any handshakes around, but I'll at least have your names.
You may call me Mr. John H. Whitman.
Mr. John H. Whitman to you once more there, sir.
I believe I did already get that one.
Oliver Fairchild.
All right, Oliver, John, other John,
Call me Mr. Whitman there. Make it easier for you.
Mr. Whitman. All right, y'all can camp out there if you would like to, and if your friend here is willing to be a conveyor of sorts, I'll break some bread with you, even if it was from afar. And you can stay the night if you'd like. Just, I wouldn't go wandering off anywhere to the west of here. I'd stay pretty close to the perimeter if that's alright with y'all.
Okay.
Alright.
We appreciate it, sir.
Do you need anything?
Well,
Other than the food, I suppose.
could you tell us about her? What's going on up here?
I moved up here with my wife, Lydia, 20 years ago, I suppose. We were fresh married, just teenagers at the time, looking for somewhere to settle. Between the war and the shroud, times were tough. Our folks couldn't have any more folks on the property. Couldn't afford to feed anybody else, so we went our own ways. We figured go off the map, we have a better chance of living off the land since hopefully there was enough land to live off of. I don't know how old all you are, but if you remember the times during the shroud, it was hard. Finding food, it was like finding gold on the ground sometimes. But we came out here, built our home. It wasn't long before we started seeing the signs, before we started seeing all those little trinkets hanging from the trees. My wife, her family, they were attuned to this sort of thing. She knew a little bit herself, so she started making her own little lines just to make sure we stayed safe. But wasn't long before the nights we'd see wolves pacing outside of those lines that she made. We'd hear screams every now and then. The story kind of goes in and out after that, more of the same. But my wife passed about 5 years ago. Thankfully, I was able to pick up enough of what she knew to keep myself safe, and I try to, whenever I can, feel it's safe to go out, try to counter her in whatever way I can, but I'll be honest, I don't know much about her. I know she lives under a hill west of here. I know she is. I know what she's done, and that's enough for me to not ask more questions and just know that she needs to be avoided or stopped, and I don't have the capacity to do the second one. But I can at the very least try to keep others from falling in her snare. But judging by the fact that you said you came across wolves, it would seem I failed to do that today. And for that, you do have my sympathy and my apology.
So if I'm getting this straight here, sir, your wife did that to protect you.
She did.
I was mighty kind of her.
She was a kind woman. But yeah. Keep an eye out, boys. Dinner will be ready in an hour or two. I got the stew on, but I'll send you some bowls out when the time's right.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you kindly.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
JP, if you want to, I mean, you're more than welcome to, sleep inside the circle. I'm sure he even has a bed, you know,
I'll sleep
you'll
right.
be fine.
I'll camp with you guys. I sleep better with people I know around than with strangers.
What do you think about this wife situation?
Well,
I, for one, think even though there is some harm in these creatures, I don't think we should go around messing with it. we should just let her be. If y'all were thinking about chasing after this and solving this problem.
JP, what do you think?
Well, part of me was wondering if we shouldn't offer to help him with his problem.
It's only going to get worse
Mm-hmm.
if we don't do anything. And then he'll end up starving inside that house.
And he did attempt to. He was as kind as he possibly could be, given the situation.
Jinx, owe me a Coke.
Give you a
I
bullet.
understand it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
Food.
You can't catch
Answer.
me.
Got an 8.
That wasn't me. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so legally with an 8, if the DC was 0, that's technically 2 raises.
Oh my god.
Um,
That's 2 raises, so is that like
I'll tell you what you get with 2 raises. 1, you think he does have an idea of why his foot caught on fire. And like your success was that detecting that he was being dishonest. Your first raise is that you think he knows why. And your second raise is that your second raise is that there was a kernel of truth in what he said, in that he doesn't understand it.
So what part of the story don't you understand?
how about we have another chit chat over dinner.
All right.
And I reckon I can explain. We having dinner? What's going on?
Oh, I thought you were still trying to make some words. Yeah, we can have some dinner.
I
Yeah,
thought we were
like
still
no. We got dinner
okay.
phase now.
Okay. You guys sit there for a minute. Um, Eventually, he comes back out, and he's like, "Well, I made some supper for y'all," and he's got like 4 bowls in hand. He walks over and hands 3 of them to JP. He's like, "Why don't you walk those on over?" And he kind of looks like, "Hey, you all mind if I join you, do you?
Yeah, come right ahead.
Even if I don't necessarily trust the company, it is company, and I don't get much of it. So forgive me if I seem a little standoffish, but I am happy for the conversation."
No, we had a couple of questions actually, if you don't mind.
I, Fire away.
Well, the first one we can get out of the way so we can move on to well, a more positive tone, possibly. Would you want us to handle that problem of yours?
Dude,
I
just
can't. I cannot ask you to do that. I, you are strangers, and while I appreciate the courtesy you've given me, I cannot ask you to put your lives in danger like that.
I'm not asking you. I'm just saying. Would you rather her? Would you like neighbors, or would you rather be by yourself?
He kind of fidgets a little bit. The world would be better off with her gone. But I don't know if I feel right sending you to what could be your death.
Wouldn't be the first time someone's done it.
I cannot stop you. I can't stop you if you want to, and if the goodness of your hearts propels you towards that, then it would be for the best. I just can't ask, though.
that's all that's need to be said.
All right.
You
What
don't
other
have to worry
questions
about
you
it.
got? What other questions you got?
Well, you lived out here long enough and had to deal with her this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have anything? I don't know. I don't know what you'd call it, but the wolves, they weren't right.
Mm-hmm.
The bites are
Yeah.
like poison. You
Yeah.
have anything that could help stave that off?
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't had a lot of contact with the wolves. If I had, I really doubt I'd be here talking with you. I'd avoid them at all costs, and I've never seen one dead before. So I really don't have anything for that.
Shake my head and laugh a little bit.
Well,
Fair
if you
enough. That's a
come
fair
out
answer.
here,
You see him becoming kind of uncomfortable. Like, like he was very much like on top of this situation. Like he was the guy in charge, and now he kind of feels put at a disadvantage. He just kind of eats his soup.
Nothing to be worried about. We'll take care of it one way or another.
Uh,
JP, why don't you bless this here food? I reckon it's going to more happier topics.
Turn to Mr. John H. Whitman.
I kind of lean over. He's in distress. Tell by it.
Guess I could do that for you. I'm gonna like look at him kind of oddly, like, you never want to do this. But yeah, JP will offer thanks and for the food and whatnot before he starts eating.
He kind of nods along with that, and he doesn't say amen, but he does say thank you.
Okay.
Um, but he looks at the three of you. But on to lighter topics, I guess. What brings you boys this way?
We're heading over the mountain to Springfield.
Springfield. Yeah. You got a business there, work lined up?
Not work per se, we're following leads from a town we'd visited previously.
Leads? Are you boys detectives of some kind?
Not
You could say so.
He looks at the knot, and then you could say so, like back and forth.
I was gonna say we're good doers.
Good doers.
Yep.
You are good doers.
We're looking into something that could be and could hold nefarious purpose. And if it does, we'll do what we can.
All right. Okay. Sure.
Yes.
He just kind of trails off and just eats his soup.
It's been a while since this man's had conversation.
We're not happy people.
he he was really hoping for glad tidings, I think.
We've been through rough times.
But, you know, maybe me talking about my wife will help him feel better about his wife.
Nope.
No.
Our
Your
damn
dead
hearts
wife.
are full with
Your dead
Mr.
wife
John
did
H.
not,
Whitman.
in fact, resurrect my dead wife. So, shame.
Shame.
Well, Mr. Whitman, you said you wanted to wait till dinner.
I think we need to wait a little bit before we get to more gruesome topics.
I meant next dinner.
Ah,
I meant second breakfast.
Mm.
well, Henry, once we're all wrapped up, I'm not sure. I'll throw out an offer, but you're more than welcome to come with us to Springfield.
Oh, I appreciate that offer, but this is I understand my situation may seem dire, but this is my home. I've lived here for decades. I don't really know if I would be comfortable around that many folks.
No, that's fair. I figured I'd offer it just in case.
I appreciate it.
Well, do you have any questions for us? We can answer that, or I'm sure I can think of a few more for you.
I don't reckon I've got any other questions. I don't want to pry into your business. But if you have any questions, ask them. beyond that, if you have any more questions for him, he'll answer them. But he seems more than happy to just exchange like kind of basic pleasantries.
That's
Like it
pretty
may
much where I
seem
was
kind
gonna
of
go from there.
mundane. Yeah, it seems kind of mundane for you guys, but for him, like this, he hasn't got to do this in a while.
Now I was gonna ask, like, what does he do? Like, you know,
hmm yeah, you get the kind of basic answers after his wife Lydia died. Like he is truly like living a homesteader's life. Like what he does is essentially like survives. Like he gardens to eat.
hmm
He if he kills like a deer, he makes the leather into clothes. You get the point. Like he lives this far up the mountain. He lives is his
sure.
job. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, that he talks about Lydia. He talks about his wife. He talks a little bit about the mountain. You get the idea that he does legitimately like this place, like for what it's worth. Like all the bumps and bruises, the fact that he's kind of in a standoff here. I mean, he's kind of in a siege type situation here. He seems to enjoy the place, and yeah, you just get kind of the vibe of Henry.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, but eventually, dinner kind of rolls away, and he looks back and says, "All right, I suppose I'll be off to get some shut eye, but let me know if you need anything. Um, just give a holler, and I'll run on out."
Before you leave, is is there any reason that we should be extra on guard? Are the wolves come this close to you, or anything else?
I don't think the wolves would come to here. I think there's enough of a I think there's enough of my presence here that they won't come close. They haven't in the past. Every now and then they might stalk the outside, but they haven't in a while. And if you killed them, I really don't think there are that many of them.
We killed 6.
There, all right. Well, there's probably a few more than 6, but that's a good portion of their number for sure. I think you'll be fine.
We appreciate everything you've done for us, Mr. Henry.
Well, y'all have a good night.
Good night,
And
sir.
stands up and
Likewise.
walks back to his cottage.
When he closes the door, I'm going to turn to the guy and be like, I think we should probably take care of his problem. This man's life is here, and as long as she exists, I think it's a detriment to his well-being and all the people she's subsequently killing anyway.
It would seem that way.
Huh?
It would seem that way.
Oh, yeah.
And if we leave it, it's just gonna get worse, and just like that demon problem.
Mm-hmm.
We're here. It's on the way. What's an extra day or so?
I agree. So, you guys thinking head that way morning time?
Mm-hmm.
First light, we can head that way. We could probably leave the horses here.
Yeah, the horses could probably cross
Cross.
over.
Yeah. Ask him in the morning.
Yeah, let's do that then.
And Ollie will get up and he will stand watch.
You gonna stay and watch all night?
Well,
You said we were safe.
you can't be too careful.
Yeah, I'll take a watch as well.
All right. Well, I guess we'll do our regular shifts then. Well, I guess I'll be headed off to bed then.
Hmm.
All right. Night falls. I need notice checks from all of you for your ships. in whatever order it is you choose.
You going first, Chance?
Yeah, I'll stick to first, and I'll stay in a bit of the second.
Okay, I'll do second.
Ba-da-ba, 7.
7. Okay. With that 7, you're able to watch pretty closely during the night. You see nothing really. That sense of disturbance still remains with you, and you don't know if it will leave while you're on the mountain. Just the sense of foreboding lingers, and it has lingered ever since you got here, and you don't know if it's going to go away until you leave. But other than that, the night is relatively calm, and everything seems fine for now. Give me a second notice check.
Mm. I don't like that. I'm gonna re-roll. 6 plus 12.
Okay. With a 12, you hear just the slightest like shining chiming sort of sound. This sort of like almost like a glint made manifest into a sound. And you look to your right, and just maybe 15 feet from camp, you see a puddle that is glowing just ever so slightly in a manner that you recognize.
Well, yeah, we're gonna go check that out.
Mm.
You walk over towards this sort of glinting puddle. The water itself has turned an almost bluish shade. And as you kind of lean over and look at it, you hear a voice sort of filtering through, just kind of punching through, just in this sort of like him and haw to it. And as you get a little closer, as your face gets closer to it, you see a face materialize in the water looking back at you. You see a lady, uh, probably a little older than you, with a long blondish hair, green eyes, sort of sharp features, very high cheekboned, almost regal looking to a degree, wearing a darker, sort of overcoated duster and robe, looking at you as you recognize your sister Rena staring up at you through the pool. Can you hear me?
What?
What the
Kind
fuck?
of like drop down to a knee. Rena, is
Hey,
that you?
yeah, well, it's me. So I may have done something that I don't strictly have permission to do, but I may have stolen into the arch lecturess room and maybe pilfered off one of her little glasses that she can use to see places. I wanted to check on you.
Just
It,
like a genuine smile.
I, it's been a minute, and we haven't heard from you in a while. I know you're fine. Of course you're fine. It's just you know, mom and dad, they worry.
It's hard to check in right now.
Yeah, I know. I know. But I I want to try to check in a little more frequently, more or less. It, it it's hard, but I think if I time it right, I can get this about this time every few weeks, maybe on the month, which kind of lines up with why I'm checking in. But
Right.
how you feeling?
Hmm. A little on edge right now, but everything should be fine.
You sure?
Been able to, yeah, trust me.
No, no accidents.
Not yet.
All right. That's good to hear, at least.
No, we're good.
Well, that's great then. Well, if we're good, then I guess this is a social call. How have you been? Like in the less serious tone, how have you been? I guess.
Been busy.
Well, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, keeps my mind off things. Got trapped in a mine. Had to fight off some skeletons. Tracked down who did that to me. They seemed like a nice enough girl.
Mm.
And had to deal with a quick demon problem. Uh, but now I'm on the lead. And this might have some answers for us.
It baffles me that you managed to go that far east and you're still dealing with demon problems and the undead.
Well, I can safely say what qualify for civilized folk aren't very civilized out here.
Fair enough, I suppose. I may have casually mentioned to our mother that I intended on doing this. I was told not to, very firmly. I was instructed that if I did that, I could risk everything and that it was a horrible decision and that I should not do that. And then Dad told me to tell you that he misses you and that uh, they love you and all of the typical sort of stuff. Um, Mom would have said it if she wasn't scolding, but you get the picture.
Right. Well, likewise to them, and of course to you.
Mm. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, like we're doing well. Uh, Mom and Dad, they've managed to I've managed to get them into some better housing. I mean, it's a nice place, really. Um, so there's at least that. They're living fun now, and I know it's not any consolation to you since you're not here with us, but things are good.
Good. That's all I need to hear. And if this pans out, then I got one more lead I can follow up on, and well, we'll see how it all goes, right?
I hope it, I hope it works out. There are a lot of people here pulling for you, and they see the value in all the work you're doing here. It's not going unnoticed, I promise.
I'm glad someone does. And be sure to tell Aster, well, that I'm still kicking.
Hmm. He'll be happy to hear that, but he would probably just tell you that it's your duty to continue kicking until the day he tells you you can stop. So do what you will with that.
I hate how true it is. But you've been
Yeah,
good?
I've been fine. I mean, I've been doing work. I've managed to get a little traction under me. My particular field is one that is watched kind of heavily, so you know how it is. I don't want to say our work is boring because of how many shackles they put on it, but it can be kind of boring. But I'm slowly but surely getting to the point where they're trusting me to do more and more with less and less supervision.
Good. Just don't go making the wrong friends.
Mm,
Again.
I, it, you know, there's a small part of me that feels responsible for everything bad that has befallen you, and that part of me is sad. However, that part of me is often shut out by the fact that you bring it up so constantly that it makes it seem less and less substantial.
Well, what can I say? It's what brothers are for.
Mm. Well, look, I don't have much time. I gotta get this back to where it is supposed to be before someone finds out. But
Uh,
you
Go. We'll talk soon.
take care, little brother, for Queen and Coven. and
Do a salute.
she kind of snaps her fingers, and the water stills back to a normal puddle.
Mosey on back to camp.
Who's the witch again?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Austin.
Austin is a witch.
He is a witch.
A
I know a
witch.
few witches. He's one of them.
But the night passes after that fairly uneventfully. As you all go through your watches, they all go by fine. As you all wake in the morning.
Ready. I'm be just packing up my stuff. I'm gonna try to. Do you boys want me to bring the horses over?
If you don't mind.
Probably smart.
Alrighty. I'm gonna. I'm looking at the head of the beast thing on the back of my horse, wonder if that's gonna cause any problems. I mean, it's dead, but I'm gonna like set it down before the tree line, and then walk the horses through.
Okay. So y'all are planning on heading west then, towards this hill that he has suggested.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say it
Correct.
was far.
No,
Right.
he didn't say it was far. He didn't say specifically. After you talked to him a little more during dinner, he suggested, maybe 5 miles from here. Like, it is not far.
Okay.
Yep, I figure he wakes up and comes says hi to us and like, hey, we're leaving our fucking horses.
Yeah,
Yeah. Also, he makes his breakfast, right?
he does. He does issue a warning to you guys just a little bit, since you two in particular had trouble crossing his line. He said he's managed to build a bit of a line around her house as well, not enough to contain her, but to essentially like make it difficult for her to travel to buy him time to do things.
Hmm.
So he warned you that trying to push through her line could also be a challenge.
Okay.
Fuck.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, I'd forgotten. It's been a while since it was done, and frankly, I don't even know if it'll still be up. But she seems to move less, and it cost a lot to do. So at the very least, I felt it worth mentioning, if not for my own satisfaction.
Out of curiosity, how did you manage that?
Not my proudest moment, but one night I heard the wolves braying farther off than normal, and I took that as an opportunity to catch her alone. I snuck up in what may have been the most harrowing and terrifying moment of my life, and managed to draw my sign on about 5 trees in a semicircle around the house. She still moves around the forest, but I think it slows her down.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll be off.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck, and if you're successful, please, by all means, come on by on the way out, and I'll see you off.
We'll be sure to do that. If not, take care, Harold.
Mm.
Got it.
Yeah.
And he looks at the horse and bids you guys adieu. All right. If you're headed that way, what's the game plan? We sneaking up? We just kicking a door in? We doing a little recon first? Like, what's the play?
We didn't do too great with stealth last time.
This is true. Ollie's probably lost faith in any kind of stealth op.
We could, yeah, we've never tried being blunt.
You two could be stealthy and I'll just walk up in there.
Well, with the possibility of more wolves, I don't want us to be split up too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can't find it.
Yeah,
See
let's
the
do that.
signs pretty obviously, and then maybe we can't scope this place out.
Yep.
If that doesn't work, well, we'll try to kick in the door.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So we start walking.
Start a walking. You've been given directions, so go ahead and give me a survival check to get there. DC is fairly low.
Survival. You just
I
want
will
one of us to
start.
do it, or everybody?
Whoever's leading, same as any normal survival check. You can assist whoever's doing it if you'd like.
I shall assist. Well, since he said he put the semicircle in front of her house, do one of you guys want to assist so we can? Oh no, I guess we'll see the runes. I was gonna say we could wait till one of y'all start burning.
I think we just let Lad handle it, and then we can be on the watch out for any of the little bone totems,
Yeah.
and we can take those down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll assist Daniel.
If Lad starts burning, we've reached the spot.
My
We're
assist
gonna have
is
a
a
good long talk about
3.
that.
I got a 5.
Okay. It was an easy DC because you know where you're going. You progress the woods. It takes you a couple hours to do so carefully. But before long, you arrive at a ridge, and as you peer over, you see a mound kind of dug into the ground, which seems to have like a small hole in it, dug out with like a little iron pipe with a little plume of smoke coming out of it, with like a garden situated around it.
Let's be the place.
What kind of garden we talking?
Uh, Sort of like what you would expect, very herb based, not food.
Okay.
I don't think it's reasonable to suggest that you guys would have an intimate enough knowledge of horticulture to actually know what you're looking at, but there's a lot of different plants down there.
I don't know. I'm just looking for vibe. If it's a spoopy vibe or not a spoopy vibe.
I mean, there's not like briars with eyeballs growing out or anything like it just looks like plants.
Not yet.
Not yet, no.
Uh, I assume, is there more of these little like hanging chimes?
You've passed a lot of hanging chimes and it's that same intermingling. Like the place between the two houses, you see the most concentration of both of them. Like this is where the power struggle is realist is in this area directly between them.
Okay. Guess we move on forward.
Hmm. You do also like as you approach, since they've been pointed out, you do take note of the sort of same Celtic rune pattern around her home in this sort of semicircle as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Uh,
So we
so
stake this out, or we knocking, so to speak.
Um, uh, guess it's up.
Guess it wouldn't
I reckon.
hurt to stake out to make sure we. I mean, we see the Celtic runes, so I'm fairly certain this is the house. But I guess we could stake it out to make sure it's the house. See if any wolves come by.
And we don't know for sure if she's evil. She wants to protect her husband, correct?
husband.
Husband.
Vice versa.
What I say?
She wants to protect her husband.
Yeah. So,
We don't know anything about her yet.
Yeah, you don't like I think there may have been a misinterpretation here. The guy's wife is dead.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is yeah.
It's a spirit, right?
No, that was no.
Mm-mm.
I say
Oh,
we.
She was
Yeah.
here. She was here when they got here.
Yeah.
Oh.
I guess we should
Like,
stake it out. If we see the wolves, like we know she's evil to some extent because we know whoever's been feeding the wolves humans has been killing them beforehand and leaving them there to be eaten and transforming the animals.
okay. So are you
All right,
guys doing a stakeout then?
we're doing a stakeout.
Yep.
All right. From you guys, I need stealth checks, and then I need notice checks.
Okay. Stealth check. And it is a standard skill, so no -2s for anybody. I
Got
rolled
a
up.
2.
Okay. Fantastic.
I
So
don't know why we keep doing this.
my stealth was a
Jeez.
5. My notice was a 9.
Nice.
So my stealth was insane. I got a 23.
Okay.
Notice.
Where'd Fairchild go?
Oh, God fucking damn it. And I got a 7 on my notice.
Okay. Um.
Got a 5 on the nose.
Okay. So as the day kind of draws on, smoke still keeps coming out. About an hour or so later, you see an older woman step out of this cottage. She's kind of craned forward, like bent back. Um, Dark skin and gray hair, sort of in a dreadlocky kind of fashion. She walks with a sort of gnarled stick, like a cane, and she has these like roughshod hide clothes on. Um, she steps out like fairly slowly and starts to tend to her garden. Uh, what was the notice checks again?
I had a 9.
I have 5.
9,
A 7.
7. Okay, with the 9, um, you notice her going about just sort of humming happily as she kind of prunes through her garden. Um, and you can hear her just sort of like talking to herself and singing just a little bit as she does. Uh, you don't recognize the song, but it has a very like fably kind of sound to it
Okay.
as she just kind of sings a song to herself. But as she's like pruning, you see her like look up, and she looks past two of you until she sees Mr. John H. Whitman with his 2 stealth sitting there, and she looks up at you and she smiles this like little withered old smile. You see like a wrinkled face with like deep crow's feet and several missing teeth. She looks up to you. Well, hey there, youngin.
Miss? Mr. John H. Whitman to you.
Oh, Mr. John H. Whitman, I believe I'll stick to youngin.
I kind of walk forward away from the others to make sure not to, um, or try to get them to be able to be hidden. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I kind of walk a little bit. You live up here alone?
Oh, well, yes, I believe I do. I always have. Well, not alone, strictly. I got my critters around to keep me company.
We all need a little company here and there, don't we?
Oh, we do. We do.
I was just in the neck of the woods
Mm,
and saw the chimney smoke. Thought I'd check it out.
well,
Crossing the
the mountains
mountains up
here
to Springfield.
is a dangerous way to go. Not
Uh,
many folks are willing to cross the mountains anymore.
yes, ma'am, but I'm on a mission.
That's a good thing to have, a mission. Many people go through life without purpose, blowing like leaves in the wind. It's good to have a reason.
Go through life and go through death with questions unanswered.
That we do. That we do. You got something on your mind, young man?
Well, ran into another feller back. You know, Mr. Todd.
Ah, yes, I know him.
What can you tell me about him?
Ooh.
If you don't mind indulging in conversation, that is.
Well, he and his wife moved up here couple decades ago. She was a good lady. She was a fine woman. I believe she passed on 5 or 6 years ago. Old Henry hadn't been right ever since, though.
Yeah, he seemed a little distressed.
Hmm. Did he send you here to kill me?
Mm, I want to say that, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly, but I wanted to see what the fuss was about. Try to uncover the truths, so to
Mm.
speak.
All the truth? I suppose the truth really depends on who's telling it. You want my truth? My truth is that I've lived here longer than you've been alive. And I have seen people come and go. And I've seen people for better or worse. And Miss Lydia Todd was better. And Mr. Henry Todd is worse.
And why is that?
I don't believe his wife may have made a mistake in teaching him the workings of the natural world
Nope.
because it gave him hope when he should have had grief. And that hope turned into something much darker when she passed.
What exactly was she teaching him?
The old ways, the weirding ways.
The Celtic or
Oh, yes.
the bone words wards?
Many different things. I think the bones may be of his own make, though.
Wait, you mean to tell me that it's not you planting those around this forest?
Oh, no, no, no. I believe those are his. Well, no believe to it, they are his.
I'm assuming that if I step closer to you, I'll be slightly burnt. More than slightly. I'll most reckon catch on fire.
Well, I suppose that depends on if you are a man of good intention and kind heart.
Now, why? But he put that around his own house and around you.
Did he? Did you ever see him leave his house?
Mm, no.
Hmm. That's because for a little while now he hasn't been able to leave his house because I saw to that.
Now you talked about critters. Is it is your critters wolves by
No,
chance?
no. I miss the wolves.
They were your pets before.
They weren't pets, they were neighbors.
Right. Can I? Mm, I don't have any kind of. Yeah, I don't even I believe everything she's saying. I don't have any detection or anything like that.
You can make a notice check, which is essentially an insight check.
Oh, does that count as okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a notice check and see if I think I'm noticing like any deception here. I got a 9.
With that 9, you're not seeing anything that represents an untruth from her.
I fucking knew it. All right. Well, all this seems quite interesting. This story is really playing out.
Mm.
But what happened to his wife exactly? Was it
I
his messing with the natural root of
no,
things?
no. I think it was simply the natural root of things. As you say, her time came and she passed, as we all must.
Now, you said she was better. Was she for, I'm assuming, the goodness of the land?
Oh yes, no. I was always happy to call her a neighbor.
But Todd, he's not.
He was.
But he
He
lost
could
his
not.
wife.
He couldn't accept that he had lost his wife. She had shown him powers beyond what a normal man can see. And when he lost her, I believe his reasoning was that why should he have to if he could do something about it? A few a few folks had gone missing over the past year, and I realized what he was doing a little bit too late. But this last time, when I realized it finally, what was going on about a week ago, I sealed him up in that house of his, and I'm hoping that maybe one day in his little bit of isolation, maybe he'll see the error in his ways and repent for what he has done, but who can say?
And why exactly? And he wants to destroy you because you locked him up. He wants to be free to do whatever he's doing.
Mm, I
Correct?
suspect that's the case. I don't know what he was trying to do, truly. It's sloppy and abstract in its work, but I think he knows I wouldn't let it happen.
Hmm. I kind of mull over what she says, and I'm trying to determine on whether I need to tell the boys to push forward. And since I believe I think she's telling the truth, I do give a wave at the
Okay.
other two.
Okay. I'm gonna look
Well,
over at Mr.
not
Fairchild, and then I'm gonna, I guess, stand up and walk over to her.
not both of them, but I give a wave saying that there is someone else. Not saying like both should come up, like, but
I'm
Oh
gonna
wait,
feel like Batman right
I
now.
was saying, no, I turned to see Mr. Fairchild. He's not there. He's gone. So I'm like, oh crap. I guess he's waving to me then. And I get up and walk over.
Okay.
Ma'am.
you
Young
should
man.
listen to the woman here.
Okay.
She has some good points, or some interesting points, at least. And then I guess information dump.
Gotcha.
Yeah. She'll tell you anything you wanted to hear. That she told Mr. Whitman.
Okay, so I'll just I'll listen to kind of listen to her repeat it.
Yep, she anything you ask that was in line with what he asked, you get the same answer.
Okay. Well, that's concerning.
Mm.
That it is. I don't like it.
Mm. Means we have an individual who's trying to lie to us and get us to do some dirty work.
Either that, or she's lying to us.
That could be the case.
No offense, ma'am. We just met. Realizing that she's still standing there.
They say that age does not beget wisdom, but age can recognize wisdom, young man. So I take no offense.
Well,
So we think we should just head out. Kind of give a little, not wanting to show that we have someone else, just in case.
mm,
Just kind of.
it kind of seems she has it partly under control. But I don't know. He's been the one fiddling with stuff. She said she sealed him,
Supposedly.
but the body at the altar area wasn't that old.
Oh shoot! I forgot about the body. I didn't ask her about that. Gotta ask her about the table. And I'm whispering this to him.
Can I do? Is there? It's not really a good check to see it to tell if I think she's lying or not.
Do what?
I was trying to see if there was a check that I could do to like read this lady and see if she was lying, but I don't. Other than
Yeah, isn't it notice?
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
it's notice.
other than a notice check.
No, it
Okay.
is a notice check.
Yeah, let JP suss this old lady out. Is she deserving of my trust, or does she need a holy calf?
A holy cat.
Well, boys, that's Snake Eyes.
Oh fuck. Here we go.
Who?
This woman is nothing but the truth.
Oh, nothing but oh, that was true.
I rolled
No,
ones.
he crit failed.
Yeah, so he thinks he's telling the truth. Okay.
It
So,
is. You're studying this old lady, trying to really suss her out, feel her out. And as you crit fail with the trouble magnet, you can't help but feel like he warned you about this woman.
ah,
And here
damn it.
you are talking to her and believing every word she says. She's already got Mr. Whitman.
Ah.
You don't trust a word she says.
That's what I was afraid of.
What to do next? Mr. Whitman, I'm not convinced we should be trusting this lady.
Mm, think so.
We got to remember, Mr. Todd told us about her,
He
and
didn't
that
explain too much about her though.
yeah, but her story claims that he's been the one doing things. But if he's been sealed, how could that body, as fresh as it be at the altar? If
Well,
he's
you forget
sealed,
she's
Well,
still too.
I did I did mention when I was talking to your friend here. I can hear you, by the way. You're standing 4 feet from me. Um, uh, I uh, I sealed him a few days ago after I discovered that body. I didn't realize what he'd been doing, and when I figured it out, I took action.
I lean in to kind of whisper to Mr. Whitman. Only a devil would eavesdrop in such a manner.
I don't. She doesn't look like a devil now.
It's what she
I will,
wants you to
ch-
think.
I will choose to not take offense to that. All right.
Hmm. Spells.
Oh boy.
I'm just trying to see, reading my holy symbol spell, see if it would do anything. No, it would only. See,
Yeah,
I could have picked a spell that would help with this, but I didn't.
I'm not one to know if someone's lying or telling the truth. I'm just a simple man.
Simple man.
But it ain't about hurting someone that possibly isn't evil.
Boys, might I suggest something to you? You seem to be, we seem to be in a bad spot here when you're trying to decide something. There's always a third option. You seem to be wanting to pick sides. The third option is just gonna go ahead and go on your way. I have this well in hand, and if you believe him, I'm not sure what he told you, but it doesn't really seem like anyone's really pushing or winning here. You got nothing to lose if you just walk away and let me continue to handle this as I see fit. Or if you believe him, to let him handle this as he sees fit.
Now, why do you want us to go away so badly?
I don't want you to go away so badly. It's just you seem intent on doing something about this, and if I had it my way, nothing would be done about it. He's handled, and in time, I believe he may, in his solace, come to the understanding that what he's done is wrong.
Now, what about the 5 dead bodies we found over by the creek?
They
And
they are souls who I failed to protect. And I will have to atone for that as well as he. But I cannot rightly sentence a man that addled by grief to death. He'll have his chance to answer for what he's done in this life or the next, but if he could be saved, I would prefer to try.
now, ma'am, we didn't find 5 dead bodies.
Yeah, you did.
We found
You
one
found
dead
a
body.
bunch you found a bunch of skeletons around that
Oh,
altar.
well, I was thinking like fresh bodies.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate
I
the
was trying to
gotcha.
I was trying to do something.
I get what you're doing. I feel it
Man,
now.
I
thought
ain't got
that
a
was
decision.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card.
I'm just gonna call Oliver. Come out. I don't know.
Batman sighs from the shadows.
Hey, you've been out here. What do you make out of it?
Well, howdy, ma'am. Sorry for all of this.
I didn't even see you.
Wink. Well, we can always just go question Henry.
Yeah.
Say we did it. See how he reacts. Talk
Yeah.
to him from there.
Oh yeah, that's a good damn idea, guys. I didn't think about that. I light a cigarette. Maybe you want one.
Oh, I don't smoke that.
She don't smoke that. She smokes something better.
Know what I'm saying?
Shit, Granny. I know who she killed. That's not our dealer. Yeah, we can go tell him we did it. See how he reacts. If we're wrong, we come back. If not, we handle that. Come apologize to Miss here for the foul business.
She is apparently stuck here, so I guess.
Hmm? What?
Henry said he put up some of his wards to slow you down.
Mm-hmm.
She steps over her property line.
Mm.
Wait, I thought you said if I get closer. I asked you if I would.
Push Whitman in.
Make a spirit check.
Oh my god. Son of a bitch.
Got him. He's gonna light on fire.
Son of a bitch. I got 2. I increase this motherfucking attribute.
You take 9 damage.
Jesus.
I get turned on fire and become
You're
barbecue.
not caught on fire. Like, this is not the horrid that the first one was. You are, however, shot backwards.
Okay.
You are repelled backwards, like being shot out of a cannon, and you take, I believe, you are shaken as you are smacked into the ground. Ooh.
Well, that answers that.
Now, why the hell did that happen?
Sweetie, don't take it seriously. Well, you
You're
should take it
supposed to tell
seriously.
us at dinner.
Like I said, only the pure of heart, well intentioned, can cross that line. You seem well intentioned. Maybe it's the purity of your heart, child.
Keep the advice.
Now, miss, if I might be so bold,
Mm-hmm.
is there something that we might be able to take as proof that we've quote unquote handled this situation to kind of coax Henry out before we deal with him?
Here's the thing. I know how he would know if something had happened to me, and it's not something you can pretend. If something happened to me, he would know because he would be able to leave, and he would feel that.
Ah,
Alright, so the plan is to tell him that we killed you, and then when he tries to walk out.
That's the thing. He knows he can't leave, and the minute he can leave, he'll know. So if he doesn't know, then he does know.
we'll walk up. He'll ask because he's trying to keep up this whole charade, and well, we'll figure it out from there.
I I really don't think it's a good idea. Like I said, you don't need to hurt him. He
Miss, I
needs
saw
a
what those wolves can do, and if he's responsible for the wolves, well, I'd rather not that be sticking around.
he had a hard go of it and he made horrible decisions. And if he does not atone for them properly, he will spend the rest of his life in that property, imprisoned. But is it not worth a chance to give him to return to who he once was, to see what had happened, to try to find some way to atone for what he did? He's
Well, if
not
he's been
hurting
ripping
anybody
body
right
parts out of people, what if he has all the pieces he needs for
If he had
whatever
all,
spell he's working on?
if he had all the pieces he needs, I think he would have done it by now. He's been in there for days. But I don't reckon I can stop you. I just hope that you hear what I'm saying and take it into consideration.
Well, boys, do we want to leave Miss to her work, fixing the woods and whatnot, or we can go ahead and just handle this, for better or worse?
We do need to get past these mountains.
Stared her with an intense glare. I guess I'll follow y'all's lead.
Shake my head.
I I might be able to sweeten that deal just a little bit. I don't want you to hurt Henry, but I can't stop you. I could try to stop you, granted, but I don't think I've got it in me anymore. Once upon a time, I truly think I could have, but not now. If I were to give you all a trinket, say, that could make your passage through these mountains a bit of an easier task, a safer task, and in exchange you leave Henry be, would that be of interest to you?
What type of trinket?
Just a little charm I made, a little bag filled with a few herbs, a few rites done on it, a few runes drawn on it. That would shield you from harm while you're in the mountains. That would keep you from losing your way.
Does this only work in the mountains?
In these mountains, yes. My mountains.
I'm not too worried about these mountains.
You should be.
Hmm.
I'm sure there are worse things in this mountains. I know there are worse things.
I can't stop you. And I've said my
Whitman,
piece.
we decide this right now. I say we deal with the problem.
Let's deal with it.
Overroll. Oh, saying deal
Oh.
with it? Okay. Oh, that's true.
I'm
What's that?
asking you.
Well, seeing you two want to deal with it, we'll deal with it. Let's go ask them questions and see what kind of answers we can get.
Okay, that's what.
Alright. I will say this one has run longer than I thought it would. We can stop here if you guys would prefer, but if you guys want to finish it out, it's fine. But we've gone past our typical 4 hour mark by about 10 minutes.
I do need to be up at 6 o'clock.
Okay. It may be
And tune
best
in
that
next time.
it may be
Dragon Ball Z.
best that we stop here then. So as you all gather your things and start making your way back across the mountain towards where you came from, towards Henry Todd's cabin, that's where we'll pick up next time.
Shoot,
Hmm.
old lady. Don't trust a word out of the dusty mouth she speaks from.
That is a nice old lady who's like 300 years old.
Mm-hmm. Dusty.
Daniel still doesn't know though.
No, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
There's something. It's definitely one of those those things.
Yeah. It's almost
Wait.
like that's my intention.
3 options. Which one should we do?